Leche. Leche. Leche.
Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nusflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
Bouquett, you son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoking Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is way to Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Joe's one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. For the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, Low baggers, happy Friday, April 4th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. A monster card awaits. We got 3 games in NHL, a full MLB card, a 10-game NBA card. That is the plan of attack. I've been copying and pasting action from the chat. There's just not enough minutes in the day. We have Wine Time joining us here for both MLB and NBA. Going to be a long day for our guy, Wine Time Sports. He's 6-1 to start the year on our show in MLB. And he just wants to hammer this MLB card so hard. And I think this NBA card is absolutely spectacular. Moved on 4 bets, 5-1 over the last 2 days in NBA. There's just not enough minutes in the day. And that's why when we don't put as much time into a certain sport, into a certain game than we need to, we rely on the incredible chat here for our show. Shout out to all of you guys rocking with us. AM with a big bounce back. We deserved the under 5.5 in the Kings, Utah. That cost me a winning night in NHL. Canadians -1 was a smash and grab. Lightning -1 did not come through. Extremely frustrating. Blue Jackets money line. We face this over and over and over again in NHL. It's the most honest sport there is. And when there are teams that are dealing with adversity, they step up over and over and over again. And that's what the Colorado Avalanche did. When you hear a team is sick or a team got in late, I mean, it's your ROI is not going to be positive fading those teams. And the Avalanche showed their character. Whoever they play, which we expect to be Dallas Stars or the Winnipeg Jets, a very good hockey team will be going home. Nobody wants to play the Avalanche. I just wish Sakic covered their toughness, or I'd have a future on them. I just don't think they're tough enough to win 4 rounds in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Stars -1.5, smash and grab. Kings, Utah under 5.5 was a loss. And the Sharks' first period at +181 was a push. So it's 2-3, 1 point down 1.15 units in NHL. MLB was ugly. The Diamondbacks were ugly. But again, and I keep hitting this to you guys, the live bets will get you out of trouble. Aaron Judge hit that 3-run shot in the first inning, got on the Diamondbacks +3.5, -115. And I mean, at times it looked like it was going to be a third unit down the drain, but they had that big late inning. I think it was like the 7th. To cash that 3.5, but it's been an ugly week in MLB, and that has to change here. Hopefully, Wine Time and Jose Bouquett are just the cappers to help that happen. NBA was gorgeous. Saar went 4 of 16 from the field, so we lose that prop. The over 23.5 PRA. The Bucks first quarter team total under 31.5. Look, I found it. I know what I don't need to put lipstick on the pig. I can just, in a horrible situation for a huge favorite, just take their first quarter team total under and put that fucking money right in my pocket. It was an easy casher. 2 days in a row, a team in a bad situation, first quarter under. I would guess that the Warriors are in that situation today, although they are. I mean, how are they not? I mean, I'm already on the Nuggets, but how are they not? We'll talk about that. Bucks first quarter team total under 31.5 casher. Blazers -4.5. And Klingon over 20.5 PRA. He had 10 in the first 6 minutes of that game. It was an easy casher. I just missed my man Gerald Jones getting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Gerald Jones won again in our race. So Gerald Jones, our guy Gerald, picking up it was a shirt, a Pub Sports Radio shirt. He beat 440 other racers. It was great to see you come up, Gerald. Gorky in the house, always supporting our show. I'm going to copy and paste all of that. I copied and pasted a lot of what's going on here. So let's roll. We have a Rich OINC giving us an update. Corey Connors, 16-1. He got him at now 35-1, tied for 43rd. And I'm telling you, Rich O, and I know this is selfish. Look, I want you to get all the money, but I wanted him to kind of almost no-show in an event he's won twice the week before the Masters. I kind of wanted that because I'm going to be on him next week. Tied for 43rd right now. Samuel Stevens, 50-1, now 170-1, tied for 67th. Maverick McNeely, 50-1, now 20-1, tied for 8th. Maverick McNeely. And Chan Kim, originally 61, now 81, tied for 12th. There. Top 10 finishes looking good. Shout out to our guy, Rich OINC. Rez Mob on Houston. That's his Respect College Basketball play of the day. You can catch all those heavy breakdowns on the starting five. The starting five that is tomorrow, hosted by Dabby Cab. Also, we will be live. We will be live and direct for the national championship right here on the channel. A whole bunch of us, so it's going to be extremely fun. Join us on Monday night for the national championship. Pig milk play today is the St. Louis Cardinals at plus 115. Plus 115 for a pig milk. And pig milk UFC play today. Luke Bonmi, Murphy, Joe Anderson, and then a Brito, Pat Sabatini under 1.5 rounds. That's at plus 223. Barry Smith, this man does it again. What a sharp capper he is on the Ottawa Senators. I think that if Barry Smith is on the opposite side of me, it can't possibly be a best bet or anything of that nature. I think I've got to lower it immediately. And when push came to shove at about 6 o'clock at night, I thought that the Lightning, with the risk reward part of it, was the best bet on the show. Justin McKelvey, Yandy Diaz over 1.5 total bases, stacks heating up, and he's on the Nuggets minus 1.5. I just bet the Nuggets plus 100 on the money line 30 minutes ago. So I'm right there with you. Play today for Barry Smith is the Tampa Bay Rays. Corey, we have a Morgan Spooner in the house. Kerry Carpenter over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Phillies money line. Marlins plus 0.5 first 4.5. And Angels money line. Trilogy play today is the Houston Rockets. I would like to join you on that. I would like to, but I want to talk it out. I have made 4 bets in NBA. I'm really excited about this NBA card. I think there's so much. It's just going to look. This is my favorite day of the week. For me, all I'm going to cap on Saturday is hockey. So when the games go on and I've got my live account up and I've got the kids down and I pour myself a drink, good God, is it fucking heaven? I mean, there's nothing else I'd rather be doing tonight than, after doing all the work that we put into the show, having your live account open, having your action open, having all the screens up, getting that fucking money, man. I'm excited. But I've let myself down, and anybody's rocked with me in MLB this week. So there's a lot of work to do. Serious business in the house. Kong's clips ready to get to work. Gerald Jones says vacation day. Thanks, tailed Montreal on the puck line plus 130. It really bothers me, Gerald. Giving Jeff a best bet, and all night I told him the night before, I was like, it's between the Habs and the Lightning, and I hate that I picked wrong. Jeff, though, the monster that he is, live bet the Kings and got it all back. So Jeff doesn't need nobody, but I would like to help. But he doesn't need nobody. Viper NB in the house. Sean Pulliam ready to get to work. Irish King. There's Mr. Slaughter right there. Black Thor King. Bill Fay says, I need women's college basketball breakdowns. And Bill Fay, I don't have that for you. And I apologize, Bill Fay. I apologize. And I know there's a lot of money to be made. And look, if we were, this show's going to be 4 hours, with just NHL, NBA, and MLB. And if that wasn't the case, we would be. And we'll be capping WNBA. We'll be capping WNBA here with Brizzy once it gets started. So I apologize. We can't help you, Bill Fay. Nasty Nate cashing with the Red Sox. Ronnie Lofton in the house. Gerald Jones, best bet, Denver Golden State over 233.5. Let me get that in here as well. Let me make sure I got all of the action copied and pasted. Kong's Clips is on Connecticut women minus 7.5. So at least we can give you that, Bill. Our guy Kong's Clips getting us started with a little women's college basketball action. There you go, Bill Fay. Take it to the bank, because that's what Kong's Clips does. Shout out to Kong. Von Polo, my man, it won't take long. Just 3 games in NHL. I'll roll through, and I'm attacking them. And I haven't made that one. There's one bet I meant to make right before I got on the show, but I forgot to. There's still one bet I want to make in NHL, but just 3 games. It's just me, Von Polo. We'll be through it quick. Philly Eagle Flyer in the house. Kevin Foster ready to get to work. AM saturated, ready to rock here. Oh, no, saturated. No going to shame, man. No going to shame, saturated. You know how it works, man. It's Cone of shame is nice touch. It does create a nice image. As we know you well, Saturday, you rock with us on screen. So I can't imagine you with the cone of shame on. I'm not going to, though. Amber Hart getting the membership gifted by our friend Gerald Jones. What a great guy Gerald Jones is. Always has our back. Congscliff says, Jimmy, Tampa had a beautiful chance to tie the game up last minute, blew it. Won't get a better look than they got in hockey, that's for sure. It was extremely, extremely disappointing. But, again, we can talk about Bears. We can talk about a bunch of shit. But that one hurt. That one really hurt. I was pretty confident. And it hurt their division hopes. I still think they can win the division. I really do. The Leafs have to go to Florida and Tampa. And I think both teams send a message to Toronto. That will be early next week. I do. But we'll see. Our guy Gorky in the house. Pagula moneyline. BC Ephes plus 1.5. Anisimova Paul moneyline. Yankees, Tigers. Chattanooga was a get. Dabby Cab did a great job breaking down those games. He said UCF for him, Chattanooga for him. He took care of business there. Duke, Florida, Monday, and Gorky is on Duke. Kripke says, Jimmy fading the Red Hot Warriors. You're damn right. I am. Kripke with a ton of confidence and a ton of calm. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to fade the Red Hot Warriors, and I'm going to get paid for doing so. Gerald Jones, Guillermo Zertucci in the house. There's Johnny Guns. Johnny Guns won our race yesterday and was awarded a entry into our NHL playoff pool, our confidence pool. It's a great, great pool. It's so easy for everyone to put their action together. You pick your 20 players, any 20 players you want. 1 point for a goal, 1 point for an assist. Any 20 players. And I've done this pool for years. There's so much different strategy in it, and no one's ever had the exact same picks. So you don't need to worry about any of that. So I want Johnny Guns to turn that $50 into $1,000. $50 entry. We take $3 just for the costs of credit cards and all that stuff. Just $3. Everything else goes into the prize pool. We have Philly Eagle Flyer tied after 2 innings on Tigers, Mets, Giants, Braves, Rangers, Angels. Saturated said, are you fading the Blazers today? No. But I can understand why anybody would fade them. I imagine they're going to lose. We'll talk it out. They sure played with a lot of heart last night. Gerald Jones is going to watch Thursday. 440 people you beat, Gerald Jones. Brown Hughes ready to go. Says, who dropped fists the other day? Tell that he's right in the mix. 9 Legacy ready to work. Let's copy and paste that. Gerald Jones says, send to my daughter Lyrica. She a little under the weather. Sorry to hear that. Everybody's sick up here as well. Sorry to hear that. Hope Lyrica feels better, and ton of love to the Gerald Jones family. Your family, our family, man. So thinking of Lyrica, hope she gets better. Big Scott 1-2 yesterday, not good. Looking to go 3-0 today. Tigers -1.5. Rockies first 5 money line. Phillies money line. Red Sox Cardinals over 8.5 for our guy Big Scott. Get that copied and pasted here. I think we're all ready to rock, man. I think we are all ready to rock. Nasty Day, Red Sox first 5 full game. Fenway is going to be lit, and it's nice out east. Let's get that copied and pasted here. A top set ready to go. Ready to rock. Just my 2 cents. We got TC in the house. A great, great group. 9 Legacy, more action. Let's get that copied and pasted. Let's get that here. All right, here we go. Copied and pasted. Beautiful. Okay, time to get to work. Guillermo says Keelan running Monday and Tuesday instead of Friday and Saturday. Wow, I got him. Feel so out of it. We're going to set up all of our huge Triple Crown shows. We're going to have them all set up. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do it. I'm going to talk to Razor and we'll figure out everything. Ken Mizrahi ready to get to work. We got the Respect Play of the Day in, and it is time to get to work here. Ronnie Lofton, best bet. Yes, the Joker is probable. So, I take it for what it's worth. I expect him to be in. I mean, come on, it's a horrific spot. A horrific spot here. Yanks money line for Platinum Paul. Let's get this here. Copied and pasted, and then let's get to work. We've got a lot of work to do, and I'm excited to do it. Here we go. And AM says, no, it will be Panthers versus Lightning. I mean, obviously, with the point structure that's set up right now with, 8 games left, that is the most likely outcome. And I love that you think the Lightning will win in 5 games.
I love that you think the defending Stanley Cup champions will get eliminated in 5 games. It's fun. It's fun. Okay, let's get to work. Let's get to work here right now. Pop this in and get Yankees money line for Platinum Paul. And let's go. In the National Hockey League, I really like this card, but there's not the smash and grab situation that we'll have on Saturday and on Sunday. Let's go. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Carolina Hurricanes. 46-24-4, 16-16-3 on the road to the Detroit Red Wings, 34-33-7, 19-16-3 at home, Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. While I tell you that there's no smash and grab situation, with a better hockey team that's healthy and motivated against the worst hockey team, we still have a real wonderful opportunity with motivation here. And this is, I think, a phenomenal opportunity for us to make money. And when you're taking these big dogs, it's not for the faint of heart. There is a reason why the implied probability is around, between 44 and 47%. We have Peter Kochekov in net, 26-13-3, 2.54 goals against average, 901 save percentage, 2 shutouts for the Hurricanes. That can change. Let me know. This is all set up from last night. Cam Talbot between the pipes in the other end, 18-17-4, 2.92 goals against average, 903 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Carolina power play has been a disappointment all year. Not very good. Just not very good. Maybe Sebastian Aho isn't that good. Maybe they're asking too much from, Brent Burns. They got Ghost back there who's supposed to be a power play specialist. They just maybe Svechnikov who's hurt, not expected to play tonight. There's just maybe they're just not that good. Maybe Sebastian Aho is not that good. Seth Jones. There's a lot. Seth Jarvis, who I really believe in. Fernando Mendoza in the house, ready to get to work. Chappie Funk, ready to roll. The Hurricanes coming up. Oh, Detroit's power play is phenomenal, 28.4%. But you're going into the teeth of the dragon with the Hurricanes penalty kill. But Jordan Staal is not playing. He's a big part of the penalty kill. He's a great third line centerman. He's a physical presence, an important player. Detroit's weak spot is their penalty kill, but I don't fear Carolina's power play whatsoever. Hurricanes coming off their third straight win, 5-1 at home over the Capitals on Wednesday. They have nothing to play for. They have absolutely nothing to play for. They're playing without their first-line winger, Svechnikov, their third-line center, Jordan Staal. The only thing they care about is getting healthy. The Red Wings coming off their third loss in 4 games, 2-1 in overtime at the Blues on Tuesday. They played their heart out. They deserve to win that game. The Blues are a wagon right now. The whole season for the Detroit Red Wings is on the line tonight. They haven't given up. They're 6 points out of a playoff spot with 1 game in hand. They lost Andrew Kopp for the year in late February. That hurt them. That hurt their penalty kill. Hurt a lot. Left winger Carter Mazer and Elmer Soderblom are day-to-day with injuries. They're depth forwards, but they're young forwards they believe in. Eric Gustafsson is week-to-week defenseman with an undisclosed ailment. That hurts them. And yes, you could say, look, this team's not going to make the playoffs. That's fair. This team's not going to make the playoffs. But they believe they still have a chance. And their season is on the line tonight. Shout out to Chill Will and T Moss in the house. So for me, this is a risk reward I can't pass up. This is just too big of an opportunity with the Red Wings at home. We saw the heart they played with against the Blues. They still believe they can win. You think the Canes care about this game at all? They don't. They're walking in, whistling while they work. Going to play a little keep me up with soccer ball before the game. They don't care what happens out there. And Detroit's season is on the line. This is how we picked up 26 units in 2 weeks last year during this last 2 weeks of the year. And we're going to do it again this year. And I'm on the Detroit Red Wings. Let me pull up exactly what I got. We'll go over the line history here. Sorry, I pulled up the wrong thing. Pop this off. I'm on the Detroit Red Wings first period and full game. This is what I think is just a perfect situation if you have the balls to bet on dogs. And I know that it's easy to give out a pick on a dog and it's harder to press the button on a dog, but this wasn't hard for me at all. I got plus 138 on the first period. I got plus 165 on the full game. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. And again, this is just a situation that a gambler can't pass up. You have motivation and implied probability. And the line, I hope, is moving. It's not. You can get it pretty much exactly what I got You get plus 166 right now on the full game. It opened up at plus 170. So you're getting exactly what I got. On the first period here, you're getting a plus 140. That's better than I got. Wow, this went up to plus 141. I mean, I got plus 138. I don't need to freak out about 2 cents. And then let's get to the total here for this one. From a total perspective, we have, oh shit, that's first period. Let me go over the full game. We have a 5.5 minus 119 to the over. This opened up at 6 and it dropped to 5.5, just dropped to 5.5. There is my guy Slatsy. Thank you. Great to see you, my man. Oz B ready to get to work. Kripke is on the. Are those pluses? Oh, yeah. Can you explain that a little bit more, Kripke? I'm tripping a little bit here. Steve G drawing on the sprinkle, and we got razor sharp picks in the house, running hot in MLB. And his gamblers' first glance is the Philadelphia Phillies money line at plus 116, which we will be discussing here shortly. So let me get that here. All right, Red Wings, first period. Red Wings, full game. This is, honestly, to me, a gift type situation. And you have a team with all the motivation in the world against a team that doesn't care. How is this not a pick'em if that's the case? Grip keys on the Red Wings plus 1.5. Let's roll on to game 2 here on the NHL card. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Chicago Blackhawks, 21-44 and 10, 7-24 and 5 at the Washington Capitals, 48-18 and 9. 4-8-6 at home. We're at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. Logan Thompson is dealing with a injury. He's day-to-day with an upper body injury. So Charlie Lindgren, the much worse of the two, will be between the pipes. 17, 12, and 3, 899 save percentage, 2.66 goals against average. Chicago's got great special teams. They're going to be an interesting team moving forward. I don't know if their young forwards are, other than Bedard, are as good as the Ducks young forwards or the Jackets young forwards, but they're certainly capable. And the Capitals are just a quality hockey team with nothing to play for. Nothing. Except Ovechkin's goal streak. So we've heard from many cappers in the chat. We've heard many that been backing Nate Dogg 420. We've heard lots of guys who are backing Ovechkin score a goal every night. It's a great way of handling things. Blackhawks coming off their 4 straight loss, 3-2 in a shootout home to the Avalanche on Wednesday. That put an end to an ugly 5-game homestand. This is a young team that has been talking all about how excited they are to play against Ovechkin. They've been talking about this game for like 2 weeks. They've all been talking about it. They get to play Ovechkin. They're excited to play Ovechkin. They get to play him in Washington when he's 2 goals away from tying Gretzky and 3 goals away from breaking the record. I think they come to play tonight. Guillermo Zertucci says he'll be there on Monday. I love it. And Razor saying Keeneland moving to Monday and Tuesday. Racing with Razor will be like, yeah, that's a great score. Great score here. Jimmy, you're saying that Gerald Jones, that is a shirt that you want. That wasn't you want a Pub Sports Radio shirt. So we need to know where to send it, my friend. That's what we need to know. Kong Slip says he's been betting him for 3 games now. He says, tread with caution if you're betting Ovechkin. FanDuel's put out a boost for him to score a goal. Slatsy says Caps 9-1 last 10 versus the Hawks. Washington 111 last 12 games. Ovi scoring at least 1 tonight. So I'll tell you how I want to bet. And this was the bet that I'd wanted to make coming in, and I just got caught up with capping it and also with the NBA action. Let's talk about this total. This total is a 6.5. It's minus 116 to the over. A lot of offense expected, a 14-cent move. I imagine a lot of people on first period over 1.5. A lot of people on the full game over 6.5. When we get to the money line here, we have Washington minus 401. I should have moved on this already. I know. Okay, let's talk about the Caps here. They come off an ugly 5-1 loss to the Hurricanes on Wednesday. They don't care. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights. Matt Roy, not with the Capitals on this road trip. And I said that he wasn't going to be back in Boston, but we don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what, and maybe someone else knows, but he's not with the team. So it's Dylan McElrath that's been filling in that bottom pair role. And Roy's been good. He's plus 28 this year. So JW says this is the underdog I'm betting. Blackhawks sweep the Caps. This is their Stanley Cup. AM says this will sail over 6.5 plus 100 was a bad line. I hear all that. And you guys are probably right. I mean, who's going to try defensively in this hockey game? And is the minus 160, figuring that out late, how much is it going to cost me? It's not, it'll cost me more probably if I don't make the bet. This opened up at over 6 at minus 102. The initial move was towards the under for some reason. Now we have the over 6.5 minus 116. I agree with you guys, but I also really want, and there's no need to rush this. There's just a 10-cent move on the Nuggets, by the way. That bet's still up here. So the move I want is the Chicago Blackhawks. And you guys have seen my ROI on this spot. I should break it all down too. It's time. It takes a lot of time to do it, but I want the first period Chicago Blackhawks plus a half. This game means a lot to them. It means nothing to the Capitals. I don't need to bet that now, but I probably need to join you guys on this over 6.5 right now. I think that you guys are right. There's no defense going to be played tonight. I mean, if Ovechkin had scores 2 goals tonight, let's say Ovechkin scores 2 goals, the Blackhawks, it's going to be one of those things like when Gretzky got 50 in 39 games. I forget who the defenseman was back because the 5th goal was an empty netter, and the defenseman said after the game that if that puck looked like it was missing, he was going to throw a stick. They want to be a part of the record, but no one wants to be the goaltender. And we just heard Marc-Andre Fleury talk about it. Nobody wants to be the goalie because then you're going to see that clip of the goalie being scored on, for eternity or as long as this world exists. 8-4-16. Okay. So I'm going to get this in right now. I'm going to bet this in right now. I agree with you guys. And I'm getting minus 115 here on the over 6.5. I also don't feel like it's necessary to double up on the first period over. Maybe I would have if this was all my idea, but this is you guys leading me to the cash. Over 6.5, minus 115. Okay. I need to remember to tweet that out. I'll take care of that at some point. Slatzy says, Ovi, the king of empty netters. He doesn't like hearing that. Last goal at 6-2-1. And Kripke said, found the sweat bet of the night with the Nugs. I feel you. And Steve G says, if you like the Ovi goal, bet the power play goal. That's a smart way of doing it. I like all of you, what you guys are doing here. And I expect you guys to lead me to the cash. Shout out to our guy Osby. It's my daughter Navia's birthday today. I think I pronounced that right. Do you need a birthday pick? Blackhawks money line looking nice. I can't give you Blackhawks money line, Osby. That's a battle you got to fight on your own volition and conviction. I can't do that. But I have copied and pasted Osby, and I will give you the best spot that I believe is on the board. And I think I know what it is. I think it's Cade Cunningham under 26.5 points. We'll get into that. I've doubled up on Cade Cunningham unders. Invested heavily for unders in Cade Cunningham. We'll talk about that because there's a lot that I like, and I really like the Detroit Red Wings. But I just tailed you guys on the over 6.5. I'm going to bet that first period later. I don't need to fire that. I probably should have put it in the same time, but I don't think it's going to change. It's minus 115 right now. That'd be Blackhawks first period plus a half. Let's get into our final spot on the board before we get into Major League Baseball. We'll have Wine Time rolling with us for the first couple games, and then Jose Bouquett will be joining us. He is in studio at the Southtown 101. And a big happy birthday to Navia. Happy birthday. And to the Osby family, respect and love. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, we have Minnesota Wild, 41-28-7, 22-11-5 on the road at the New York Islanders, 32-32-10, 17-15-5 at home. We're at UBS Arena in Elmont, New York. I love this bet. I love it. I love this bet. Now, I've faded the Islanders a lot this year, and it's had middling results. It's been a little better lately. I mean, they're on a 6-game losing streak, so I've made a lot of the money back. There was a time when Pellick and Pullock were out, and they brought in D'Angelo and Prunovich, and I thought they were going to lose, and they didn't. And then those things will happen. And Toby Lane says Columbus Blue Jackets are officially on my no bet list. I don't think they should, Toby. I don't think they should be on your no bet list. Look, obviously Merzlikins is trash, but I don't think they should. I think that was just we know. Why do we love hockey so much? It's the most honest sport in the world. Why do we like betting it so much? Same applies. and you gave a team adversity, and they stepped up. Look at the story of Larry Bird at the airport. They didn't fly into, I think it was Atlanta, until 5:00 that night. Larry Bird was angry to eat a hot dog at the airport, and he dropped to 50. And he told him before the game, he's like, "Look, I'm pissed off. I ate a hot dog at the airport. I'm gonna drop 50 on you," and he did that. Teams, honest athletes, handle adversity and step up. They step up, and don't let the Avalanche a team full of character. Don't let them stepping up in that. And also, we got to remember this: when a team gets screwed over with the travel and has all these excuses, they step up. You got to back them. The whole world's going to be on the other side. The books make so much money in that situation. That's all. We got the skunt bag play of the day here on the Nuggets and the Phillies. I love it. I shout out to our guy, Old E, in the house on site, but got the earbuds in. Our guy, Old E. Let's get you paid here this evening. And I think this is a great game to do it. 7:30 p.m., Wild Islanders, UBS Arena, Elmont, New York. I've got Gustafson against Sorokin. Sorokin exhausted here. Exhausted. And Rich H saying Nucks did the same thing in Toronto this year off terrible travel. Yeah, and that's what we love about the sport. Gustafson, 916 save percentage, been great all year. Sorokin's exhausted. The team doesn't want to play for Waugh. I don't think Waugh will be coaching. I think Waugh will get fired as soon as the season's over in a very polite manner. A lot of respect for Lou. The Lou has for Patrick Waugh. Why wouldn't he? Minnesota power play 20.5%. It's really fallen off. And so is their penalty killing because their best power play guy, Kirill Kaprizov, is out. Their best penalty killer and the center of their power play, Joel Eriksson-Ek, is out. Those are the only two people out, but that's just been devastating to the Minnesota Wild. New York Islanders power play 12.4%. Penalty killing 73%. My guy Robert Cherry in the house. So I think the Wild are in a phenomenal spot here. This isn't as much as me fade. I think it's both. I want to bet on the Wild and I want to fade the Islanders. I think this is a phenomenal spot. I really, really do like it. This total is a 5.5. It's juiced to the under. I've been screwed on Islanders totals and even the Wild's totals a little bit this year on under. So I'm not, even though I've got a bias that these teams, when they play each other, go under, I'm not going to get involved in that. I'm on the Minnesota Wild money line. I got plus 112. Right now, we have a plus 109. It did go down to plus 107 at 9:30 in the morning. I think this is a great spot for them. And we talked about it before their game with the Devils. Oh, wait, sorry. Their game with the Rangers, that they lost in overtime. They flew into New York on Sunday. It's Friday. They've been sitting here in New York. They began the road trip with a 3-2 shootout loss to the Devils on Monday. They followed up with a 5-4 overtime loss to the Rangers on Wednesday. AM says this line is begging you to take the Wild. The Wild, okay, look. If you think I'm falling for a trap, I think this trap can be full of beautiful women. The Wild have lost 3 straight games. They're sitting 5 points ahead of the Flames for the final playoff spot, and the Flames have 1 game in hand. Joel Eriksson-Ek and Kirill Kaprizov remain out of the lineup. Look, this is a team that's been losing. And the Islanders have as well. And I think that you stick a fork in the Islanders because they're cooked. They've lost 6 straight games. They're 7 points out of a playoff spot with 1 game in hand. Anthony Duclair, who's in year 1 of a 4-year contract. This contract comes with, this is a $3.5 million contract, goes through 27-28. The first 2 years have a full no trade clause here. And he's left the team. And look, it's tough. I told you guys this with Tortorella when the Flyers were out of it. And the same thing's happening with Patrick Waugh. These guys don't want to come to the rink. They don't want to come to the rink. And if we think this is a trap based on the line, AM is a sharp dude. And obviously there's concern when he says things like that. This is what Patrick Waugh said about Duclair. He said, after the game on Tuesday against Lightning, 4-1 loss, he said he was god-awful. He had a bad game, and that's why I didn't play him a lot, and he's lucky to be in the lineup. Sorry if I lose it on him, but that's how I feel. So, obviously, Patrick Waugh lost it on him. He's not skating. He's not competing. He's not moving his feet. He's not playing up to what we expect from him. And this is how Duclair handled it. He fucks off. I can't take it. The coach is yelling at me. I can't take it. And he fucks off. Don't think we won't remember this, Declare. I had a lot of respect for you before you left your team because I got yelled at. 43 games with the Islanders this year. Declares 7 goals and 11 points. He's a minus 15, playing 15 minutes a night. Fuck him. Matthew Barzal is done for the year. Look, if AM says I'm walking the trap, it's possible. But the Islanders are finished. They're done. It's over. So there we go. There we go. That's NHL for today. So the only thing I need to add now is the Blackhawks first period plus a half. I should probably just bet that now. We're moving on to Major League Baseball. We got a lot of work to do, and I'm excited to rock with you guys here. I'm excited to rock with you guys. So we have our guest of Fridays, our star of Friday shows here on Betting with the Bag, and he is 6-1 to start the Major League Baseball season on our show. 85.7%. Plus 5 units, ROI plus 71.43%, average line minus 104. He lost his first bet of the season with us, and he's cashed 6 straight. How high can this man go? It's up to him. And our pockets need it. Our show needs it. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, our friend, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, good to be here with you, man. Happy Friday. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Kong's Clips, 2 cents, my guy right there. JW, Irish King, Rich H, AOD, Michael Johnson. Good to see you guys, man. Ready to break down these cards with you. I'm excited, man. It was a rough week for me. I'm excited to just be breaking these games down with you, man. I'm excited.
I am pumped up too. I just want to get this in so I don't need to worry about it. My last bet here in NHL. I will review everything here, but I want to just get this in so I can relax. So while I'm doing this will just take me about 45 seconds. And don't set this any games up for us, Jose, but why don't you just give us a hint before we get into MLB? What is your favorite spot on the board here while I get this better?
Favorite spot on the board is probably going to be the second game we talk about in the Red Sox Cardinals game. Looking forward to breaking that one down. I've been watching a lot of these Red Sox games last couple of weeks, or since the start of the season, I should say. Cardinals as well. I just watched them play 3 games against the Angels, so I feel like I know these teams pretty well. Got 2 plays in that game, so I'm looking forward to breaking that one down.
And then with any of the West Coast games, what's your favorite West Coast spot?
Ooh, I mean, we're going to be talking about the last game on the card today in Anaheim. I know that game I'm high on. And also Phillies Dodger game. I'm excited to break that one down. That's going to be a good game to watch. That's going to be a good baseball game. I'm looking forward to that.
And then here, I'm just going to tweet this out so I've all done and can completely focus here on MLB and NBA. What do you think when I tell you I think the best spot on the board, and I've doubled up and invested heavily on it, Cade Cunningham under 26.5 points, Cade Cunningham under 41.5 PRA.
Ooh, against some Toronto Raptors. I mean, I like it. That's a high spread there. I mean, I'm not sure how much he's going to play in today's ball game. Yeah, I like that. I haven't looked at any player props today in the NBA. I'm excited to break the NBA card down with you, but definitely like that for sure. He hasn't played in, when was the last time he played the game?
Hasn't played in 5 games. There's also the chance, with the Pistons coming off 2 back-to-back double-digit losses, that they could easily, and with the excitement of having Cade back, beat the Raptors badly. It's possible. Now, I almost bet the Raptors. And I watched it go from 12-11. I was like, and I sat with it for so long. I almost doubled down on the Raptors too. It was moving down, and I was like, you know what? The Pistons off back-to-back double-digit losses, and I was like, how much is Cade going to play here? How much is he going to play here? Okay, I'm ready to rock. There is my NHL. So in review, Kong in NHL, I'm on the Red Wings first period at plus 138. I'm on the Red Wings full game at plus 165. I'm on the Wild money line at plus 112. And then I just added 2 spots. I added the over 6.5, led by you guys in the Chicago-Washington, over 6.5, and the Blackhawks first period plus a half. BJ in the house. BJ says that the Cubs and Braves are the best plays on the board. BJ, do we have NBA best bet from you as well? I would like to know that. Going over all of the action here in the chat, we got baseball best bets. Baseball. Got a lot of baseball coming in here. So not too much NBA and a lot to talk about here. So let me get this here. We also, Wine Time, have Nevaeh's birthday today. Our guy Osby's daughter. So we need a best bet here. And Robert Cherry on the other side of me with the Cunningham. Is Cunningham 25 or more? And I have invested heavily that he won't get to that number. So we shall see. I still will definitely copy and paste my man Robert Cherry, aka UPK Ayash Yala, in the house. Get this all copied and pasted. We also have razor sharp picks, gamblers first glance. So let's get right to work here. And I apologize for the delay as I get my action in, because the stakes are high and these aren't picks. These are bets. Let's get to work here. We have afternoon action. Jose will be joining us shortly, 1:10 p.m. Eastern. Chicago White Sox at the Detroit Tigers. We're at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. White Sox and Tigers. This is the home opener in Detroit. So this is, if any of you guys have ever been to Detroit City, this is a holiday. This is the greatest day of the year in Detroit. You're allowed to drink openly in the streets in front of cops. You're allowed to do whatever you please, and everybody is extremely friendly. You would think with all the booze that I've never seen an argument. Now people in Detroit be like, you'd be in wrong places. But look, I've been there for opening day twice, and it's just magic. It's magic on the streets. 49 Fahrenheit, sunny. It's going to be a nice day. It feels like 42. It's cold, but it's Detroit. 8 miles per hour left to right. Wine Time, let's set up the line history and the cash flow. And then I'm going to set a couple things up here on my computer and cut all the NHL stuff. So I'd like you to do the breakdown of the pitchers here for this game, Cannon versus Flaherty. We have the Tigers extremely expensive, minus 239 right now. They opened up at minus 232. There was a real legit move towards them. This got up to minus 242 at 7:30 this morning. It was at minus 242 at 8:58 this morning. But now we have a minus 238. 6 cents of movement there. On the total, we have a 7. It is juiced to the over at minus 117. This opened up at 7 last night at 7:47 p.m. If you want to talk about a book that opened it up in the afternoon, we have that. And that book opened this up at 7.5. It opened up at 7.5 at 2:48 p.m. Excuse me. And that was just minus 115 to the under. Within 20 minutes, there was a 10-cent move towards the under to minus 125. And then it hit 7 at 4:21 p.m., about 2.5 hours before some of the other books opened up this line. When we get to the cash flow for our first game on the board here, we have the Tigers, 91% of the tickets and 91% of the cash. On the total, 93% tickets, 93% cash on the over. Take it away for us, Wine Time Sports. Get us started in game one here on the card.
Yeah, I'm on the Tigers here in this spot. I'm on them on the run line here, minus 1.5, minus 110. Tweeted out a little bit ago. Jonathan Cannon pitching here for the White Sox. Didn't look as good as his ERA looks right now against the Angels. I mean, he walked, I think, 3 or 4 guys, gave up 3 or 4 hits, and 5 innings. Angels just couldn't get anything going with runners in scoring position. That game ended up being a 1-0 game. I think Jonathan Cannon is going to get lit up today in Detroit. As you mentioned, it's opening day in Detroit. It's a big day for their city. I think that money line is this high for a reason, because it's going to be a simple smash and grab. We're seeing the White Sox team total right now as well at 2.5. Really looking to move on the under in that as well. Someone in the chat could back me up on that one. That was something that I was really looking at here, but I'm on the Tigers minus 1.5. I'm not going to move on this under. It is a low total because I think the Tigers can score 7 runs by themselves here in this spot. It's just how many the White Sox are going to get. Jack Flaherty coming over from the Dodgers, 29-year-old, still in the good peak of his career, pitched well in the first game. I expect him to pitch well against this White Sox lineup that by any means it's a bottom feeder. You know what I mean? They couldn't really get any runs going against the Angels in the opening series. They scored a bunch in that first game against the Twins. Couldn't get anything going the last couple of games. Their best players, Luis Robert in center field. My opinion, one of the better players in baseball when he's healthy defensively and at the plate. He's a physical specimen up there. That's someone that you don't want to face when you're an opposing pitcher. They've got Benintendi, who they paid. He's off to a good start. They've got some guys that can hit some dingers, but this lineup is weak. They've got some young guys in there. They're not going anywhere anytime soon, if you ask me. Detroit Tigers spot here, -1.5. I'm really thinking about getting on this team total under 2.5 in the White Sox as well. I just don't think they're going to be able to put 3 runs on the board. I think this is going to potentially be a 7-1, 8-1 type of game. It's going to be a simple smash and grab for the Tigers here at home.
It's an interesting way of starting out the day. What line did you get on the run line?
-110.
It's an interesting way of starting out the day. We have the lineups locked in. Benintendi, he got too muscular in Boston. He got too big. It affected his swing. He started going for home runs. It affected everything. He almost lost his career because of it. So he's slimmed back down. He's not trying to be a home run hitter, and he's batting third here in front of Vaughn. This might be exactly the way to handle it. Malloy opening up the lineup at DH. You got Carpenter, Green, Torkelson, Keith, McKinstry, then Dingler, Sweeney, and Baez rounding out the lineup. This is an interesting way of starting this. Chosen one looking at first 3 Detroit -0.5 and first 3 over 2.5. I think that, and Robert Franklin on Tigers run line, BJ talking about this Padres spot, which we'll be discussing again. I think this makes sense, and I think focusing on the full game makes sense as well. You watch Cannon pitch against your squad here, but we have to try to abuse the White Sox bullpen as much as possible. The Tigers had the day off yesterday, so they're going to become in fully fresh. There's a lot on the line. I like the way that you started this out. I think that I will join you. I'd like just to see quickly what. Okay, it would cost me 5 cents more if I send it in. All right. I like this. Top Crocodile, also 9-3 plus 8.75 units, fading the Rockies and White Sox. Oh, okay. But there's only been 3 losses, Top Croc. But I'm sure that, there's no messing around with Steve. Ken Mizrahi, I'm excited. I'm doing the Ice Guys on Sunday, and I'll be doing it more often here as we move forward. And Sunday's a huge, giant, gorgeous card for NHL. It's right in between the 2 games in the March Madness as well. Antoine Harris looking at the Nerfy. I think I would like to join you, but you got Tigers on the -1.5 line, -110. At this point, how many bets have you tweeted out?
I think it was 4 or 5. I want to say 5. I'm definitely going to add some. Like I said, I'm really close to this team total in the White Sox under. I just don't think they're going to be able to get 3 runs. I think it's this low 4 reason. Like I said, this batting order is just weak. I tweeted out 5 plays. Yeah. 2 of them are in the same game here coming up.
I like it. And Dougie Wise, I'm right with you as well. Dougie Wise, I'm right with you on your best bet. But his bonus play is the Dodgers, which I will write down. But your best bet, I'm right with you. Okay. He always comes in guns a-blazing, man. The coffee is strong. For Nasty Nate. Comes in guns a-blazing. You know what? It's not that I don't care about George Foreman's death. It's that I don't care about anybody I don't know. I couldn't give a fuck about anyone. No, look, I care about George Foreman's family. I don't mean to be some curmudgeon hoping people die. I don't mean that shit. But I just look. I care about people that are my people. That's all. That's the only people I care about. If I've not met you, fuck, I couldn't give a fuck. Okay, let's roll on. 2:10 p.m. Eastern. And by the way, Spooner says, and Ricky Levine says, my man, when would you like to do the $50 trivia question to add to the donkey race? That's a good question, Ricky. It sounds like a riddle. Very few people would understand that sentence, Ricky. Ricky, by the way, will be in our playoff pool in NHL as well. Okay, let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Spooner says, Cannon handles right-handers pretty well. I have concerns about the Tigers' ability to score more than 4 runs here. I like starting the day like this. Maybe I'm being a bit of a fanboy, for the Tigers, but they're 2-4. They're coming off playing very tough competition, and now they want to take it out in front of their fans. Their fans who've stuck with them throughout all these tough seasons and got to celebrate with them last year. I like it. I like it. And, Spooner saying how the Tigers only have the 3 left-handed bats. They don't. Carpenter, 2nd. Riley Green, 3rd. Colt Keith is batting 5th. McKinstry's batting 6th. And Trey Sweeney's batting 8th. They have the 5 lefties in the lineup tonight. So But I hear you, my man. Okay, let's roll. 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot. St. Louis Cardinals 4-2 at the Boston Red Sox home opener. That's why Nate's so pumped up, man. That's why Nate's all pumped up, man. Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. By the way, Hermes liking Carpenter or Torkelson to Homer at plus 330. Hermes liking. I hate when things get in my mind that aren't sports related, but my buddy Darren Frost, he did a commercial where he was Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Like, this is 20 years ago. He's a funny comic, and he was Hermes, and he was being treated like shit. And he was working at a short order cook spot, and then I remember the owner of the restaurant went, "Herpes, get over here!" And he's like, "It's Hermes." Okay, Cardinals, Red Sox. Let's get to work here. We're gonna start with the weather in Boston for opening day at Fenway. 64 Fahrenheit, feels like 56. 9.8 miles per hour left to right. Kind of sounded like Anthony Duclair. There. It's Hermes, Patrick. Okay, let's get into the line history here. We have a 9. That is the total. It's a flat, a 9. It is juice to the over, though. Juice to the over at minus 111. There's been a 5-cent move towards the over. But this went up to minus 116 at 9:35 a.m. So this isn't about to go to a 9.5. This is actually, there was an 8-cent move towards the under, then a slight buyback. So I don't think this is moving to 9.5 anytime soon. No need to rush to move on this. From the money line, we have the Boston Red Sox at minus 115. Wow. Nobody trusts Walker Buehler. And why should they? Nate, why should they? I want Nasty Nate to tell us why. Nasty Nate says, "Where old pepperoni nips?" He's just finished. He's got Nate so locked in right now, man. Old pepperoni nips is coming, man. He's coming. Okay, he'll be here soon. Raven in the Desert is on the first 3 over 2.5. A huge move to the St. Louis Cardinals and Eric Fetty. This lineup for the Red Sox has not seen Fetty. Bregman has 1 at-bat. Devers has 2 at-bats, and Story has 4 at-bats. But you can say the same thing about Walker Buehler. Arenado had 31 at-bats. Now, he has 2 jacks, but he's only hitting 194 with a 638 OPS. And Contreras has 12 at-bats, and he is 3 for 12 with a homer and 3 RBIs. Fetty has come around. Look, I lost a lot of money on him for the first few years of his career, but he's come around. He looked excellent in that first start. It was at home versus Minnesota, 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, and 2 strikeouts. He was great last year, 9-9, 3.30 ERA, and 177 and 1/3 innings, 1.16 whip. He was excellent. And then Walker Buehler. What the hell are you going to get from Walker Buehler? He lasted 4 1/3 at Texas on the opening day, 7 hits, 4 runs, and 3 strikeouts. I've screwed up so far expecting the second start to mirror or have anything to do with the first start for these pitchers. It's cost me money, and I'm hesitant to do it right here. Johnny Gunn says, "I like this. I love this over." Says the book gives you subtle hints. If you look at the year fee, it's juice to the over. Every time I've seen this, we get runs. This was the case in the Yanks game yesterday. So let's pull up the cash flow and hear what our guy Wine Time thinks about the spot. 86% of tickets, 90% of cash on the over. And on the money line, we have 43% of tickets and 82% of cash on the St. Louis Cardinals. Robert Franklin on Cards money line. Wine Time, Cardinals, Red Sox, Fenway Park. Take it away.
Yeah, I absolutely love this game. I'm going to be locked in on this one here coming up at 11:10 here on the West Coast. Man, this is going to be a good one here at Fenway Park, opening day. This is what it's all about for baseball. Hate to be on the other side of my guy Nasty Nate in this spot, but I am on the St. Louis Cardinals here in this spot. I moved on them plus 110, tweeted it out earlier. Love the Cardinals here in this spot, honestly. Nolan Arenado, yeah, we mentioned it. He's had some good amount of bats against Buehler in his career, only 2 jacks, hitting a little bit under 200. His bat speed has improved tremendously this to start the season. Did a lot of that in the offseason. It's looking a lot better, his swing. He's not looking as lazy out there. He can still play really good defense over there at third base. I like this Cardinals lineup. I think they can hit Walker Buehler here, honestly. These are the kind of spots where it's like you kind of mentioned it, Walker Buehler coming off a bad start, Fetty coming off a really good start. I don't want to let my eyes do too much deceiving here, but I think Eric Fetty can do pretty well against this Boston Red Sox batting order. But Eric Fetty, I mean, talk about it. His career was pretty much almost over. He goes to where the KBO ends up being pitcher of the year over there, whatever they call it over there. Comes back last year, had a good season. Good start right here for the Cardinals so far. He probably will get hit a little bit today because I'm on the over in this spot as well. I'm on the over 9 -110. I think there's going to be a lot of runs scored. I think the Cardinals team total is good money here as well. Didn't move on that, but I am on the full game over 9 -110 and the St. Louis Cardinals money line plus 110 here in this spot. Cardinals showing a lot of fight these last couple games. Looked well in their opening series. I mean, if you watch that series against the Angels, I mean, that was some really good baseball the last 3 games that they played, all close games, just going back and forth. There's a lot of fight in this Cardinals lineup, I think, and not a lot of high expectations going into this season. More higher expectations, I would think, for the Red Sox, and we're seeing this line go down. Let me read that one. Tony, just shots to my guy, Nasty Nate. Oh, man. I've been on the Red Sox this season, and I'm going to be on them more this season because I do like this team. I just think this is not a good spot for them here in their home opener. There's going to be a lot of excitement there at the ballpark. It's just one game, though. Cardinals are going to take care of business here. I think this line's telling. It's moving towards the Cardinals. Red Sox, surprisingly, not a big public favorite here. I thought there'd be a little bit more public money on them because it is Fenway Park. It is the Red Sox, and they're at home. It's pretty much looking like a 55-45 split between both. I think the over is the best bet in this game, though. Over 9, both plays I played. So, yeah, I'm locked in on this one.
I'm so concerned about the zigzag to start the year. So concerned about it. Because I mean, everything is telling us right now, except for Nate, to move on the Cardinals. And I just fear that, you get the bounce back pitching performance. Also, I mean, we know that there is a big advantage for these. And again, this is all about, methods. How do you cap? Everybody caps differently, but do you try to veer away from first fives? Do you try to stick to full games?
Yeah, Jim. The last 2 years, I have not given out a first 5 on Twitter. Have I taken them? Yes. Not full unit plays by any means, though, and not stuff that I look at a lot. I feel like it's just an extra angle to look at, and I don't know if I have that good of an angle to move on a first 5 at times. I focus more on the full game.
Okay, I am. Because I fear, and this has cost me money more than it's helped, but obviously I fear the Red Sox. I fear their ability to come back in games. It's their home opener. I fear the Cardinals bullpen. And Justin Sports says, any reason that isn't there an edge on the first 5? Look, Justin Sports, my numbers say the same thing. My full games are much better than my first 5s. I've often tried to simplify situations, and it's cost me.
Yeah.
So this isn't about. Yes, we think there's a perceived advantage when you can cut the game down or focus on certain things, but my ROI does not tell that story either. Duddy White says, I think it's in baseball. It's better to stay away from first 3s, first 5s, because I would like to focus only on fading Walker Buehler, which does scare me. I mean, why? Okay, here, before we move forward, how Walker Buehler got his shit together at the end of last year.
Yeah.
He got his shit together, and he was hugely important for the Dodgers to win the World Series. So he received the contract. Just touch on your expectations of Walker Buehler. We'll have Jose touch on this game for sure. Don't worry about that. But touch on your expectations of Walker Buehler here, and what was it that got his shit together, got him right for the Dodgers in that run to the World Series?
I think it just took him more of a time to get into a groove, which I think it's going to be probably more similar to him with the Red Sox this year. I think he's going to probably have a couple rough starts, but I mean, by all means, I still think Walker Buehler can pitch. I still think he's a major league pitcher. I still think he can pitch at a high level and win games for a major league team. I just think this is a bad spot for him early in the season. We saw him go on that run to end the season with the Dodgers, get them to the World Series and all that. And I think he can do something similar with the Red Sox, pitch better, probably the second half of the season, get into more of a groove. I just don't like what I saw in that first game. And, you can't let your eyes deceive you in baseball because the exact opposite thing can happen the next game. Walker Buehler can go out there and toss 6 shutout innings against this team. That's baseball. It can happen. I just think this is a bad spot for him. We're seeing this total pretty high here. I mean, at a 9 here. And I think there's some volatility here with Walker Buehler, and I think this Cardinals lineup, they can hit him pretty hard today. I think these guys, I mean, they were hitting the ball hard all week against the Angels this last week. I think Walker Buehler is going to be a pitcher we can probably bet on the second half of the season, but I need to see more out of him. Giving up 7 hits last game, that's just unacceptable, and they were hitting the ball off him hard, the Texas Rangers. So I think the Cardinals can do similar things to what the Rangers did.
I like it. I like it. But I really want to use Fetty here and attack it in that way. Ron Crawford spreadsheet play of the day and the pig milk play of the day, both on the St. Louis Cardinals. Shout out to both of our friends, Billy Friedrich and Mr. Ron Crawford. TJ says the Rangers haven't hit righties since St. Louis fresh pen got back.
The day off yesterday too. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd like to get involved. And I probably should move sooner rather than later. I mean, you guys are all going to have better line than I'm going to get. I do want to hear what Jose has to say about it. Ronnie Crawford play of the day is the Islanders. So I hate that going heads up against the play of the day here. I love when a team sits in one city for a week. They've lost 2 games in the extra session, but AM says I'm walking into a trap, which could be the case. And Jeff Slaughter saying the city of San Antonio is buzzing today. Final 4 weekend is here. All right, let's roll on to the next spot on the board. We have the San Diego Padres, the undefeated San Diego Padres, 7-0 at the Chicago Cubs, 5-4, 0-2 at home. We are at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let me get up here and get this. Okay, I might need Jose for this, actually. Oh, no, there we are. Here we go. Okay. All right, let's roll. We have... Start with the weather here at Wrigley. It is 46 Fahrenheit. Feels like 39, 8 miles per hour in. Gets up to 8.9. It is cold and overcast, and the wind is blowing in. Let's get into this line history here for this one. Over here, we have Imanaga and the Chicago Cubs with the market moving to... Oh, no, just came back. Okay, so we have a 1 cent move to the Cubs. Minus 163 to minus 164. We also have the single greatest angle in Major League Baseball betting in play here. We rarely have it in the first 2 weeks of the season, but we have a 7-game winning streak switching cities. Let's get into the total. This total is a 7. It opened up at a 7. It dropped down to 6.5 for a cup of coffee, and we're back at a 7. So despite here we go. Despite being at a 7, we do have a real move towards the over. 7 cents. This opened up at a 7 minus 118 to the under, and it dropped to 6.5, and then Capper started betting the over. So we do have a 7 cent move to the over. Let's get to the cash flow here for this. And Slaughter said he just pulled up to the studio and Jose's letting his dog take a shit in the parking lot. So always looking out for Southtown's best interests. Let's talk about Imanaga here. The lefty. Lefty was phenomenal last year. 15-3, 2.91 ERA, 173 and a third, and a 1.02 whip. He was very, very good. And at Wrigley Field, where we knew some pitchers shine and some don't, he was better than he was on the road. Through 96 innings, he had a 0.93 whip. Opponents hit 211 off of him. He was very, very good. Very good. He's starting out his season in impressive fashion as well. He's a bet-on pitcher, especially at this ballpark. And he's going up against Randy Vasquez, the journeyman. It's amazing that he's just 26. And I feel like we've watched him for a long time. Watch him pitch poorly for a long time. He got his first start at Atlanta at home, and he was very good. 6 innings, 4 hits. It didn't allow a run, 4 walks, and 3 Ks. He's a tricky pitcher to fade and not believe in, but he is coming off a great start, which is probably the situation to fade him. Let's get into the line history. Oh, we've done that. Let's get into the cash flow. So from the cash flow perspective, we have 45% of the tickets and 78% of cash on the Padres. And then on the total, we have 94 and 92 on the over. So the funny thing about this that I've never seen before, one time, in the whole journey of fading a team off a 7-game winning streak, switching cities, that team has never been an underdog. They've always been a huge favorite. And that has created a situation where you could hit 36% and turn a profit. That's not the case here. Interesting situation. Spooner says Vasquez struggles with lefties. There are 3 lefties for the Cubs, and Happ, who will lead off, is a lefty, but he's a switch hitter and is better as a righty. TJ says, I get the angle. I know it's turned profit, but I can't take Chicago at this price. Staying off unless San Diego gets the lead. Kripke giving us final score of the Padres 8, Cubs 4. BJ says, all over the Cubs money line. First bet I made last night, fading these Padres. Take it away for us, Wine Time. What a fun cap this is. Wrigley Field, Chicago, Illinois, Padres, Cubs.
Yeah, this is a fun game right here. I mean, we know how the San Diego Padres starting off 7-0. What a stellar start for them. But yet they're dogs, almost plus 150 here against Shota. Shota's a pitcher I definitely want to back as well. I like the Chicago Cubs team, honestly. Going into this season, I like their roster. I like that they picked up Tucker. I think Tucker's one of the better players in baseball. Honestly, he showed it every single year. This guy's consistent out on the field. He's consistent at the plate. I take him to win MVP every single year. And one of these years, it's going to pay off. Maybe it's this year. We'll see. But I like this Cubs roster. I didn't move on this game just because it's expensive moving on the Cubs here at minus 170. What can we get on a -1? It's still going to be juice. I mean, is it going to be minus 120, minus 125? I don't know if I want to take the run line here just because it's a low total. Wind's blowing in. This seems like an under, but yeah, it's looking like it's moving a little bit towards the over in the market right now. It's been kind of going back and forth on my book right now. I kind of wanted to get involved on the under, but something's telling I'm just going to stay away from it because I feel like something could happen here to where this game's going to go over. 2 pitchers that started off the season really well. We know what Shota can do. Randy Vasquez, a lot of questions about him. I'm not sure how effective he's going to be against this Cubs lineup. I like this Cubs team. I want to back the Cubs here in this spot. I just can't really take them at that high of a price. And I don't know if I want to lay the -1 here. It's a tough game, but this is going to be a fun game. I definitely think if you got in on the Cubs earlier, I mean, you still couldn't have gotten them at a most affordable price. Jim, what did this open up at? Like a -155, -160?
It has not moved here. Oh, it moved for a little bit, but it came back. So
yeah,
we have right now the Cubbies. Wow, it was just a move towards the Padres. So, oh no, that just happened. Sorry, so that happened 9 minutes ago, and I just looked at it. So the Cubbies opened up -163 at 8:52 p.m. last night. The reason why you think there was a market move, because there was. Any book that put this line out in the afternoon, there was a big market move towards the Cubs. This line came out at -145 at 2:37 p.m. Within 11 minutes, there was a 10-cent move towards the Cubs. And then 2 hours and 5 minutes later, there was another 10-cent move towards the Cubs. At that point, none of the offshore that we use for really tracking line movement hadn't even dropped the line yet, and there'd already been a 20-cent move here. So I can understand the trepidation, but I also can't sit here and tell you guys over and over and over again about this angle and not bet it. So
yeah,
and I'm also, this isn't like I don't need to be persuaded. I can't talk about the number one angle that I've followed and not bet it, except this is a very extraordinary case because I've never seen the team winning 7 straight being such a big dog. It's
it makes no sense. I mean, this is a clear Cup spot. I mean, I want to take them. Are you going to take them on the -1?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. What number can you get?
Now, TJ says you can because of the situation. TJ, and you are right, but I have not bet this because of the situation, and it's cost me money. I've not bet it because there's something's up. We're talking about fading a team that's won 7 straight games. I mean, it's never going to be, or 7+. It's never going to be a real comfortable situation here. So, I don't know. I hear you, Sir Mackey. I hear you, man. And Spooner says just paying a popularity tax for the Cubs. I mean, that's all legitimate here. We have Jose getting his shit together backstage. He will be ready to rock with us here shortly. Robert Franklin on the Padres money line. Dabra Cadabra in the house. Dabby calling UCF and Chattanooga yesterday on our show was very impressive. And BJ says, it's what I do, though. Love fading red hot teams when the market catches my attention. Oh, yeah. I watch very closely how you handle things. And TJ says at the same time, there's something solid about sticking to your trends. Okay, so let's roll on to the next spot on the board here, because I'm going to have to get these bets in. So Jose will be rolling with us, and I will do that. But let's talk about the baseball team that Sir Mackey wants to fuck. That's it in the chat right there. He wants. I can't put it up on the chat because they won't let us when there's coarse language. Put it up on the screen. But Sir Mackey, who loves pie, we always think pie of the feminine side, but maybe. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Maybe the pie Sir Mackey wants to fuck is Vladimir Guerrero. Maybe Sir Mackey wants to push Bo Bichette's hair back and put his elbow into Bichette's back, and maybe Sir Mackey loves. Well, you get what I'm going at. Toronto Blue Jays, 3:10 p.m., 5-2. All 7 games played at home. At the New York Mets, 3-3. Citi Field in Queens, New York. Let's get into the weather here quickly. We have 64 Fahrenheit. Feels like 57. 8.9 miles per hour left to right. Slightly in. It drops down to 8 miles per hour. Okay, I believe you, Sir Mackey. You don't need to prove it. Okay. Saturate says, why do you have to add the part of the elbow in the back? I don't know. How does it work, Saturate? I don't know. Isn't that how it works? No, what do I know? Never been in that situation. I imagine in man-on-man love that somebody gets elbowed in the back. Oh, fuck. I would know. Okay. Let's set this up here. We have Gossman versus Megal, and this is your boy.
Yep.
I've heard so many people pronounce his name differently.
I got you. It's Tylor McGill. It's McGill.
Oh, just McGill. Okay.
McGill.
Yeah, I know a Tylor, but McGill. Okay, McGill.
Him and his brother both have their first names spelled a little bit differently than average first names. Their parents just wanted to do that to mix things up a little bit.
They sound like really fun parents. Let's get
they
this.
gave birth to 2 giants that are like 6'7" and 6'8", just crazy.
And you went to high school with them.
Yeah, Marina High School.
All right, let's set this one up. What a pitching factory you guys have there in Cali. So Gossman last year was so bad at home, and he was so good on the road. This is the type of situation I believe Gossman can thrive in, but also I'm very high on this guy, higher than others are, and this lineup has beaten him up. We have Nemo and Winker haven't hit him. Everybody else gets to him. Lindor, 333 with a 1.067 OPS. Alonso with a 1.250 OPS. Excuse me. Marte with a 1.765 OPS. Soto with a 1.608 OPS against him. That makes it very difficult to back. And then McGill has incredible numbers against everybody except Santander. So he's shut down the Blue Jays when he has faced them. Let's set this up and also bring on our star of MLB programming here on the channel. Let me just set up the line history here, and then we will bring them up to cap this game. Let's fully cap this game, and Justin McKelvey on Soto over 1.5 bases. And Jeff Slaughter says, first baseball bet of the show, I'm taking Juan Soto over 1.5 bases plus 137, 8-15 against Gossman with a homer, 5 RBIs, and 12 walks. And let's get the line history up here. So we're just going to focus solely on this game. Once we're done capping this game, we're going to hear from Jose on the other spot. So let's talk about this line history. We have the Toronto Blue Jays at plus 116. They opened up now plus 119. So there was just a move 3 minutes ago. So at this point, there's been a 2-cent move towards the Blue Jays, but it's gone away from the Mets, 5-cent move away from the Mets. And then on the total here, we have the 7.5, slightly juiced to the over, a 1-cent move towards the over. And when we get to the cash flow for this, 96% of the tickets, 95% of tickets, 93% cash on the over. And on the money line, we have just 37% of tickets and 38% cash on the Toronto Blue Jays. As we set this one up, please welcome to the show, coming to us live from our studio in San Antonio, Texas, in the Southtown 101, the best bar in Texas. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Jose Bouquett, to the show. Jose, how are you?
Jimmy, I'm doing well. I hope you can hear me and everything, but it's nice to see you.
It is nice to see you.
Howdy, Wine Time.
Spooner says he'll take the minus 400 that Mikey Money is fading Gossman today. Yes, we have had many arguments about Gossman, and I don't believe he's being more right than wrong. Sir Mackey also doesn't like the Red Sox. Jose, that's for you. And we'll get into that game shortly. But Jose, get us started here. Also, Saturated wondering if you did pick up the part, but you can answer that in the chat. Blue Jays Mets, Jose, Citi Field in Queens, New York. You know what? How can we not let Wine Time start with the McGill?
No,
breakdown?
please let him.
Let's get the McGill breakdown. I've given you the Gossman breakdown. I think he is very good on the road, but maybe this isn't the lineup to back him against. Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, tough spot here for McGill, honestly. I mean, this Blue Jays batting order, Jim. I mean, I talked to you about it last week. This is a team that I wanted to back every single game this season to start this season. No, I have no idea why I didn't do it. Take them either on the -1 or just on the money line because they've been absolutely rolling. And Vladdy and Bouquett aren't even, have they even gone deep yet this season? No. Santander, no home runs. Guy that's been turning a lot of heads. Your guy, George Springer, man, hitting almost 500 this season to start the year, man. Yeah, I know. He's your boy, George Springer.
Well, he's a tough guy to be a fan of, but I got his jersey on right now.
Yeah. No, but shout out to him. He's playing. His bat speed definitely improved this season to start. He's definitely aged a little bit these last couple of years. He's played a lot of baseball. He's got a good baseball IQ, though. If these other guys start hitting, this batting order is going to be tough to face night in and night out for any pitcher. Tyler, he looked good against Houston, and at times in that game, he also looked like got a little bit wild at times. He kind of looked a little bit shaky, got out of a lot of jams, which is stuff that he usually does. He's not a super dominant strikeout pitcher. Definitely likes the ground balls. This is just a tough lineup. I honestly just don't want to fade the Blue Jays in general, but my thing is, why are they dogs here in this spot? I know the Mets are at home and the Jays are rolling. I think the Mets have to be favorites here for a reason. But I'm not going to move on this game. This is going to be a simple stay away from me. I really want to move on this under because I do think both pitchers can pitch well. But again, this Blue Jays batting or just at any point, I feel I can just knock off a bunch of runs in 1 or 2 innings, and that under is just going to go away. So no play for me as of right now. The only thing I would play in this one is the under 7.5, and I have a lean towards the Mets as favorites here. But I'm going to stay away from this game, I think.
Jose Bouquett, Blue Jays Mets, your thoughts?
I didn't have much. I leaned under, but the 7.5 is probably a little too low. And I just need to see more Gossman this year before I back him. Tyler Megill, one of my original guys this year. I'm fucking battling a fly in the studio right now, so sorry if you guys see me fucking punching air over here. But I had nothing on this game. I like Megill. He was one of my original guys on my list when I first started, so I still have a little bit of a soft spot. So I'll stay off. I do think this is a kind of a cheap price for the Mets, so I lean their direction.
Jay's money line for Jesse Gomez as well. Okay, I don't know. It's hard for me to back Gossman here. Really, really hard. And I don't think I can get there. Wager Tech says these guys should shove. Blue Jays lineup will regress. It's funny, Wager Tech, because the Blue Jays lineup hasn't looked good.
No, not at all. Their top 4 hitters aren't doing much, and yet they've still been able to score runs. If Vladdy and Bouquett are themselves, this team's going to be tough to stop. It's going to be a team I'm going to start backing here. I'm going to stay away from this game right here, but Blue Jays is going to be a bet on team this year for me for sure.
Yeah, I get it. And then, the 2 most important players in baseball really this year are, Vladdy and Kyle Tucker, both hoping to get a $500 million contract soon, ASAP. Jose, let's start quick shots here through the first 3 games that you missed. White Sox, Tigers, are you moving on it?
No, I didn't. Keep it short and sweet. No, I like Cannon. I will be backing Cannon throughout the year. Just don't want to back him against Flaherty. I I lean under in that game though, but nothing for me now.
And a shout out to Jeff Slaughter for fading Wawrinka in tennis. Our guy Derek Bopp, giving him a shout out. Shout out Derek. And then Cardinals Red Sox.
Yeah, I mean it's screaming Cardinals, huh? Have you seen the line since? It was minus 135 when I made the graphics. Now minus 108 Boston Red Sox. I moved on the Cardinals. I put them in a parlay, a 2-leg parlay with another leg that we're going to talk about right now as well. But yeah, I moved on the Cardinals full game money line. Expectation on Walker Buehler. It's still too early in the season for him to be good. So I think he's still getting into it. And that line just makes it scream like he is. And I like Eric Fetty. He's a guy pitching for another contract. So I like Fetty. So he's kind of a bet on guy this year for me. It sucks to bet against your favorite team in the home opener, but here we are. And Padres Cubbies. The Cubs were the other half of that parlay. You mentioned this trend all the time, so I put in the parlay minus 163. I don't know what the odds are for the parlay. I need to figure that out here in a second. But yes, I moved on Cardinals Cubs parlay, two rivals, minus 102, minus 163. A little over 200. I'll tell you that now. Okay. I just want to make sure I can lock in these lines and I know that this is very possibly going to burn me here, but I fear the Red Sox, and if I'm right with this bet, I'm gonna look to live bet the Red Sox as soon as Walker Buehler comes out. Damn it. Sorry, let me just get this here quickly, and then we'll move on to the next one. Wine Time has nothing in the Rockies game, Jose, so it's just you and I capping plus 219. So you know that 2-leg parlay. And this Rockies game, I suspect doesn't go. Okay. Or at least is delayed. It's ran in the forecast, I should say. Okay, that's important to know. So let's roll through this spot here. And we have Steve G in the chat. So Steve G can tell us whether he thinks that this game will go. Oakland Athletics 2-5, 2-2 on the road. Okay, we got our guy Wine Time back for this one at the Colorado Rockies home opener in Coors Field. So I've got possible drizzle. The problem is light snow. I don't think this game goes, but it very much could. They've done it before with the light snow. We've seen it before. Opening pitch, it's at 40 Fahrenheit, but it feels like 28, and it's 13.4 miles per hour, and it gets up to 16.1. It makes very little sense for them to have the home opener today. TJ says favorite play today is the A's money line. Robert Franklin says A's money line. Sucks because this game's not going to go, guys. It's just tricky for them to have a home opener in this situation. Now the Rockies have confirmed a lineup, so they're expecting to go. Let's see if the A's have confirmed their lineup too. Confirmed. Butler, Rooker, Blade, Langoliers, Soderstrom, Andujar, Wilson, Urshela, and Muncy for the Athletics. For the Rockies, Doyle, Tovar, McMahon, Goodman, Toglia, Farmer, Stallings, Beck, and Mickey Moniak. Let's take a look at the setup, and I am in the process of getting in my action here for the first few games. Beto and Feltner, we have a total of 9. This opened up at 9.5. It dropped to 9 about an hour ago. When we have the money line situation here, we have Feltner and the Rockies at plus 106. They opened up at plus 107. As Jose knows, I have been a Feltner backer, and he's produced for me. We have 67% of the tickets and 65% of the cash on the Oakland Athletics. And on the total, we have 69 and 77 on the over. The question, of course, is what are we going to get from Osvaldo Beto? A lot of expectations for him. There are expectations for him this season with Oakland. He had a nice first start, and so did Feltner. Osvaldo Beto went 5 innings, 4 walks, 4 Ks at the Seattle Mariners. Walks have been a problem for him at times. Last year he
struck out 63 and walked 26. Wasn't that big of a deal. And then from Feltner, who I like, Feltner looked, I thought, really good at Tampa in that first half. 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. He got better as the season went on last year, threw 162 in a third. 4.49 ERA, 1.34 whip with half your starts in the thin air Colorado is impressive. Let's start with you, Jose Bouquett. JW saying, has Beto played in Colorado? Oakland Athletics, Colorado Rockies. Jose, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't have much on this game. Like I said, I kind of didn't expect this game to go, but I could see why AM, is it? I already forgot the name. AW? AM, yeah, likes the under here. I kind of agree with that here. Osvaldo Beto, by the way, I'm looking up right now. His stats against the Rockies, has not faced the Rockies at all. So hasn't been in Coors, has not been against the Rockies. I don't like betting on pitchers in their first start at Coors. So I'm off this game. I can easily understand, like I said, why you would be on an under, especially with all like the snow or whatever that's coming in. So, but I just didn't want anything to do with the game.
Wine time, your thoughts, my friend.
Nothing for me in this game. 2 batting orders with a lot of young guys. In these, these are 2 teams that are going to be bottom feeders this season, that don't have high expectations. I know a lot of going into the season, people were thinking the Athletics were going to have a good year. I liked what they're building over there with that young core. I definitely do. I like guys like Soderstrom. I like guys like Wilson, who's playing shortstop for him right now. Brent Rooker, we know he can crush the ball. We know Butler can get hot, and he's a really good athlete out there. So Athletics team is going to be good in the next couple of years. I don't know about this year, though. Colorado Rockies, same thing. It's just so young. These are 2 teams that I feel like you could flip a coin in this game and take that rather than take an angle in this one. I have nothing in this game. It's going to be played in Colorado, and it's a low total. I saw TJ said something about the total opening up below at 10 in Colorado. Just crazy because these are usually like 11.5s. I'm going to stay away from this game because of the weather, and I just don't really have an edge in this game. 2 young teams, though. It should be a fun ball game for these teams, but I'm going to stay away from this one.
Okay, I've got to get my action in here, and I'm going to do that off screen so I can take a breath and get all my bets in. So we're going to break down Yankees, Pirates. Jose will take the wheel, and I will be listening. I won't be moving. I'll be listening, and I'm going to get my action in. So I will be right back. I am going to bet the under in Oakland, Colorado, not expecting the game to go. But I'm going to bet it just so it's in, not expecting the game to go. TJ saying huge travel advantage spot for the Oakland Athletics. I just don't think it goes. But I'm going to be listening here. Jose, take it away. Yankees.
Sure, Yankees, Pirates, and I know someone that won't be listening. Wine time. It's our starting pitcher today, Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller, to be exact. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie, guys. It goes 6 to midnight whenever we see old Mitch Keller pop on the screen for us. While we have her on screen, let's talk about Mitch Keller's starts this season. By the way, it's funny to me. It used to be Brad and Mitch Keller here, and Mitch Keller has risen to glory, and Brad has shit his pants and his who knows where. Mitch Keller last time out at Miami, 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 4 Ks, 1 walk. A good start there as well to start his season against New York. Let's find out how he's done there as well. I'm very interested to see how good he has done as I scroll to find his stats versus New York. Here we are. Only 1 start against New York. He's had 35 plate appearances against Goldschmidt, 13 against Bellinger. He's hitting, by the way, 385. Trent Grisham hitting 455, 11 at bats, 5 hits against them. Mitch Keller played against the Yankees in a 16-0 loss, 6 innings, 10 hits, 4 earned runs. Not that bad of a start for him. That was in 2022. So shout out to our guy, Mitch Keller there. On the other side, Max Fried. We all kind of got the Max Fried experience at this point. He's been in the league for a little bit now, and he's finally moved from the Braves to the Yankees here as the Yankees' big offseason acquisition. 4 2/3, 7 hits, 6 runs, 2 of them earned against the Milwaukee Brewers in his first start out. 4 Ks, 2 walks. You guys can probably, or I should say, won't be surprised to hear this, that I'm not a big Max Fried guy. It's a lot of money for a pitcher that is hurt frequently here, but he's healthy right now, ready to go. And has he faced the Pittsburgh Pirates before is my question. I'm about to find that out right now. We'll talk about the money line markets and such here in a second as well. One start for Fried against the Pirates last year, 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 4 Ks, 2 walks, and a 2-1 10-inning victory for Max Fried and the Braves there. Markets in these games, let's start off with the total here. 96% of the bets, 98% of the money on the over, and 93% of the bets, 97% of the money on the New York Yankees here. Not that surprising. Very public team, as we all know. Minus 147 is what I'm seeing for an opener, where we used to play poker at here. And now we've got a minus 161 now for that place here as well. So pretty brisk movement. Heritage has the lowest odds on the Yankees at minus 159. They opened up at minus 143 here. Wine time, any thoughts on Pirates Yankees here?
Yeah, this is a Pittsburgh home opener, correct? Yeah, this is opening day in Pittsburgh, the beautiful Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Jose. This is a spot that, like Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, Wrigley Field, Pittsburgh, San Francisco. These are the stadiums I want to see. Can't wait to go get to a game at Pittsburgh one day, man. But yeah, this Yankees batting order, Jose, is absolutely stacked, even without Juan Soto. They've got so many guys in this lineup. This lineup is still deep. Max Fried, you kind of mentioned it, overpriced pitcher. If you ask me, I wouldn't pay him that kind of money when he's hurt and inconsistent. Mitch Keller's made us a ton of money the last couple of years. He's been solid for the Pittsburgh Pirates and what they're building over there. Yankees don't have a confirmed batting order yet. I got a confirmed batting order for your Pittsburgh Pirates. It's Hayes leading off as usual. You got Reynolds at DH hitting 2. You got O'Neill, Cruz in center field, Bart behind the plate at 4th. McCutchen, man, old man McCutchen still out there swinging the bat, still trying to hit dingers, still trying to lead this team. You got Pham, you got Rodriguez, Trilio, and you got Kenner at short. I'm not going to back this Pirates team here in this spot as much as the market's kind of telling me to. It is moving towards the Yankees, but I would expect this line to be a little bit bigger, but I guess it is because Mitchell and Keller's on the mound. Pittsburgh's, their lineup right now going against Fried, Hayes 6 for 15, Reynolds 6 of 20. The rest of the team pretty much hasn't hit this guy, so it's going to be interesting to see. I have no play in this game. I'm not going to take the Yankees at this high of a price, and I don't want to take the Pirates here either in this spot. I'm going to stay away from this game, Jose. Nothing for me in this one.
Yeah, I'm going to stay off as well. I think everyone has gotten the picture now with my, I guess, Yankees bias here. I do not believe they are a good ball club. I will still remain in that fact. God damn, this fly is going to beat. I'm going to fight this motherfucking fly at some point, wine time. I'm going to go 12 rounds and just go ham. Bare knuckle brawl against this fucking
Jose minus 320.
Thank you. But I just don't think I can get it here with the Pirates here. The Yankees have been hot recently. I disagree about their offense, but they have all been hitting well right now. So it's hard to stand on a leg when your offense is hitting so well. By the way, because I'm starting to use the splits a little more against for weighted runs created plus. Yankees right now, 147 plate appearances against righties, 156 weighted runs created plus, second best in the league. So they're hot right now. I don't believe in them long term. We'll see how that all works out. Next game on our board, and it's an interesting one. I saw a Luis Castillo on the bump for the Seattle Mariners. And after doing a little bit of research, I'm coming to find out it is not the Luis Castillo that we all know.
There's no photo. When I looked at the pitching matchup, there's no photo for him. I said, how do they not have a photo for Luis Castillo?
So it is not Luis Castillo that we all know and love. It is, as JW is saying, Luis F. Castillo. So be careful. Be careful out there, everyone, when you're making these bets. This Luis Castillo, 30-year-old, promoted from AAA here. And again, it was so annoying wine time this morning when I was looking around. I was like, it's Luis Castillo, right? And I could not get a confirmation of who this fucking guy was. So I had a big issue just trying to find damn information on this guy without finding other Luis Castillo's information. But I can tell you guys right now, this guy is a journeyman. Arizona minor leagues, got up to AAA. Detroit got up to AAA, took a cup of coffee with the Tigers, 3 2/3 innings in 2022. Went to the MPB for 2 years, come back. Now is on the Seattle Mariners here. 5 2/3. Let me go to the game log real quick and see what he did in the minors. He went 5 2/3 here, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 2 Ks, 2 walks against the Texas AAA team. So a pretty good start to the season. I mean, do you want to trust a imposter Luis Castillo is the real question here. Against Justin Verlander, who I low-key, when I was starting to think about this season and what can I expect from Justin Verlander, I was low-key interested in putting Justin Verlander on the bet on list. I do not think he ends his season as a San Francisco Giant. I do not think that is going out on a limb. I think he's got plenty of incentive to pitch and hopefully end up on a contender. And on top of that, his real battles against Max Scherzer, who we just saw get injured. He and Max Scherzer are in a battle for more wins and all those career milestones. So plenty of incentive for Verlander to pitch well. His first outing at Cincinnati, 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs there on a home run, 5 Ks, 1 walk. Not too bad at all. I'm going to pull up his baseball savant to get a little more information on just how good Justin Verlander's start was velocity-wise. While I do that, I'll mention markets in here. 94% of the bets and money on the over in this game, and 90% of the bets, 93% of the money on the Giants here. It makes me feel like everyone's betting against this imposter Luis Castillo because they know this is not the real one. So they immediately start betting against them. The line has moved pretty briskly in favor of the Giants here. I'm seeing openers at even minus 115, but I'm sure that's a mistake. It's probably closer to minus 135. Got up to minus 140, 145 here. And for the total, we have a 7.5 was juiced to the over. Now it's just minus 120 to the over instead of minus 115 with all that money on the over here. Wine, what do you think of the imposter here in Justin Verlander?
Hey guys, shout out to the chat. We've got 210 people on YouTube right now, guys. Hit the like button. We're not even at 100 likes yet. 100 likes. Let's get there. But yeah, man, in this game, this is a tough matchup. Originally, when I looked at this game, I saw the same exact thing. And right when I saw that there's no picture, I had to do a little bit more research into this. This is a game I stayed away from. San Francisco, this is another beautiful stadium. Like I said, I want to go to one day. The Giants starting off hot here at 5-1. Looking at their roster, though, looking at their batting order, doesn't impress me whatsoever. It really never does, though. They always seem to get the job done, though, at the right times and be clutch in certain situations here. I definitely, if I had a free bet in this game, I think I would probably take the Mariners. I do think we might have some value with the plus money here. I just can't back Luis Castillo here, the journeyman, and I can't back this batting order. The Mariners, this whole offseason, they needed to improve their offense. Yeah, they got Randy Arozarena last year. He's not really doing much this year, and last year he wasn't doing much either. He can still hit home runs and stuff like that. They got Cal behind the plate, one of the better catchers offensively in the game. And they've got some guys over there. You got Julio Rodriguez in center field, another generational type player. I'm going to stay away from this spot, though. I don't like this game. I'm going to stay away from this one. I think this is a coin flip. And since that, I do think we have some value with the Mariners. Maybe this is, I can't take, I'm not going to take Luis Castillo in this batting order with the Mariners. Mariners aren't a team I wanted to back this season. I didn't have high hopes for them going into the season. Yes, they've got a really good starting rotation and a bullpen, but they've also got to score runs, and that's something they haven't been able to do. They've got to show me that they can start doing that. I'm going to stay away from this game. Hard pass.
Jimmy?
I don't know why we would be concerned. Obviously, the market's concerning. But I don't know why we would be concerned backing Luis F. Castillo. I don't, he looked great in his first start for Tacoma. He was very good in Japan. This guy is the opponents. They don't know what to do with him. They're studying tape. They've not seen him. We know what we're going to get from Verlander. I understand the concerns with the Mariners lineup, and again, we don't need to make this decision if this line wants to keep moving towards the Giants. But
I mean, if we can get a plus 150 with the Mariners, I mean that's going to be a lot of value. But at the same time, if they keep moving the line towards the Giants, it definitely worries me. All the money and bets are on them, but it doesn't necessarily. Moving it towards them, it definitely worries me. If I was going to back the Mariners, but I mean, you're getting a good price with the Mariners here.
I think that this would be an appealing situation, not a bad one. I think this is, this pitcher has earned everything that he's been given. And he was great in Japan. He earned the start here from his start in Tacoma. Jose often talks about you can't rattle Dominicans. You can't rattle these guys. And again, like I mean, I don't mean to simplify that too much. This is the home opener for San Francisco, but I think that this might be a great spot, honestly.
This would be a sneaky first 5 under if I bet those.
TJ says nothing would take me to the book here on Seattle.
Or perhaps an under full game as well. The bullpen. Well, I just don't like the Giants bullpen, I guess. But I do expect Verlander to pitch well here. I'll say that. Throwing harder than he did last year. Only one start, obviously.
And AM, this line's not moving towards the Mariners. This has been a huge move towards the Giants. Now there hasn't been a move though since when? Since 10:43 p.m. last night. So this line has not moved all morning. Okay, you know what? This is going to take more study, obviously, but I mean, I was interested to hear you, Jose, saying that you thought that Verlander would be a bet on pitcher, and if he's a bet on pitcher, he would be a bet on pitcher early in the season when he's not dealing with arm fatigue. Is that part of the thought process?
Yeah, I think that he's going to have a good start to the season, and then, like I said, he's going to eventually get traded. So I'll be very interested to see what he does then. But yeah, I think he's going to be a good pitcher. Especially, I thought they were going to do the full Roger Clemens with him and just be like, Justin, only pitch at home. We have like one of the best friendly hitter or pitcher friendly parks at home. Just pitch at home, go put up a low ERA, and hopefully we can flip you at the deadline for something. But he pitched well at the most, one of the more hitter friendly ballparks in America too. So
I'm going to take more time here. I've got to study Castillo more, but I don't think we should be concerned about a pitcher who's earned this opportunity and who's not being seen by the opposition. I get that the cappers in the chat that create models for a situation would then be uncomfortable, but I don't know. Let's roll on. And neither of you guys moved on Yankees Pirates.
Did you have anything? Did you have anything on our girl?
I thought it was a phenomenal first appearance. His splits were a mess. The issue, the splits were a mess last year. I mean, you bring him home, and this is where he shoves. The issue, of course, I don't think the issue is whether Max Fried's going to shove. It's, are you comfortable fading this New York Yankee lineup right now? And that's what I got to figure out. Kripke says Yankees is so easy. I don't know.
Jose. Hey Jim, real quick, I just tweeted it out. I just added to play White Sox team total under 2.5 minus 105.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, well, let's roll on, fellas. I did move on the games, and yes, this maybe this is the last time. Like, I don't know, but Cardinals first 3 and Cardinals first 5. The line was moving full game, and it's going to move on the first 3, first 5. It just takes a second. So I got the plus 100 on the first 5 and the first 3 at minus 110. I want to back Fetty. I'm scared of the Red Sox bats. I'm on Tigers run line, Cubs minus 1, That line's moving away from the Cubs, so I got a -109. And I took the Oakland, Colorado under 9 and -105. I don't know. Yes, Ricky, I'm very much on Detroit. First period in full game, and I really, really like it. Let's roll on here to our next spot on the board. 6:45 p.m. Eastern with the Arizona Diamondbacks at the Washington Nationals. Washington Nationals 1-2 to start the year at home, 1-5 overall. These Diamondbacks 4-3, 2-1 on the road. And when Merrill Kelly got lit up yesterday, I thought the Diamondbacks showed a lot of push and a lot of fight, to stay in that game. They're giving max effort, and I cashed the +3.5. And my guy Brandon Pfaadt on the mound, a pitcher you guys know I like very, very much. I believed in very, very much, and he rewarded me last year for believing in him. He got his season off, to a quality start. 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, 5 Ks at home versus the Cubbies. Last year, he just looked so bad off the hop, and that gave us a ton of value backing him. This year, we kind of have an understanding of what we expect to get from him, and we expect that he's a high level, high ceiling pitcher. He struggled at home last year. He was always solid on the road. 1.17 WHIP on the road. This guy is a pitcher that I trust. And then we have Jake Irvin. And when you watch Jake Irvin pitch, you think, God, I could hit him. But he always gets the job done. He doesn't strike out a lot of batters. He has his fair share of walks, but he induces ground balls. He gets outs. He was quite strong last year on a bad Nationals team. 10-14, 4.41 ERA, 1.20 WHIP. In his first start at home versus the hard-hitting Phillies, 5 innings and 2 earned runs. I mean, that's what you get from Jake Irvin. I think he's the type of pitcher that you can have reasonable expectations and they can be fulfilled. For the lineup, Arizona against Irvin, they've seen him and they hit him, but of all those at-bats, just one jack from Ketel Marte, who's just signed the big contract. Leroy says, what do you think of the under in the Tigers White Sox game? I'm honestly a little bit concerned about Flaherty, even though I'm on the Tigers -1.5. I think that weather-wise it sets up nicely for it, but I don't. Cannon in this situation, he's a good young pitcher. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Leroy. Rochester Johnny says Nationals have a good lineup. They should win one eventually. TJ's on Arizona -1. Ronnie Lofton, these are his Diamondbacks. He's on the full game over 8.5 and even money. And Suarez over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs -105. AM is on the over 8 here. Jermaine says that these Ducks continue to score versus righties. And Spooner says, seems like a really cheap line to back the Diamondbacks. Irvin defied pitching metrics last year. Are the books saying he will have another good year? The metrics say he will regress. When we get to the line history for this spot, we have the Nationals at +128. They open up at +126. Basically no movement. When we get to the total here for this spot, we have an 8.5 -114 to the under. This opened up at 8.5, but it did go down to 8 about an hour before the show started. It was at 8. It was at 8 until 30 minutes ago. So it spent a long time at 8. We're back at an 8.5. So overall, we've had 8 cents of movement to the under, but you can still get the same number, just a little bit more vig. And when we get to the cash flow for this spot, you have 96% of tickets and 98% cash on the over. And on the money line, you have 92% of tickets and 90% of cash on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Big Zoe on Diamondbacks -1 as well. Take it away, Wine Time Sports. Do you have interest here in Diamondbacks Nationals?
Yeah, Washington Nationals against my Arizona Diamondbacks. I love watching this Diamondbacks team. This is my number 2 team right here the last couple of years. I like the lineup. I like what they have over there in Arizona. Team I like to back in certain situations. This isn't a spot where I'm going to back them, though. I saw my guy TJ on it, the -1. Definitely like that, the -1. Could probably get that around even money. I don't really want to lay the -145 here. I just think it might be a little bit weird of a spot having them priced at this range. Nationals starting off 1-5. I saw my guy Spoons in there said the same thing. Nationals are due for a win here. They've got a nice little young lineup over there. They're playing at home here. This isn't a spot I moved on. I was very close. When I first looked at this line, I was like, Diamondbacks -1 here, like all day long. And I do think I'm going to see what happens here. I might get on them tomorrow. But this isn't a spot that I'm going to back the Diamondbacks, and I don't want to back the Nationals either because they got to show me something out there. You can get them at plus money here at home. They're definitely due for a win, being 1-5 here, but this isn't the spot I'm going to move on them. No play for me in this spot. But the Diamondbacks are going to be a bet on team I'm betting on this year.
Like Nasty Nate was saying, it is nice weather. 70 Fahrenheit, feels like 69, just 5.4 miles per hour in, dice down to 3.6. Jose Bouquett, your thoughts on Diamondbacks Nationals? Oh, we can't hear you, Jose.
The classic mute still. Again, doing my best Dabby Cab impersonation. Shout out to wherever he is right now. I like both pitchers here. I was looking at an under, just not enough market movement for me to get on it. But I'll be very interested to see how he does pitching this year and this start after getting that payday. Jake Irvin, again, another guy I liked, was on my list last year. But no action for me. I will mention a fun little game I've seen other people play is why haven't you got a hit yet? And the last qualified hitter to not record a hit yet, Dylan Cruz. Dylan Cruz of these Nationals here. 0 for 19 so far. That's not good. So we'll see if he records his first hit here. I'll be very interested to see that here. But no action for me thus far.
Is this a letdown spot of sorts? I know the Arizona's coming off a loss, but you play Yankee Stadium, you take them out twice.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees. I mean, they were in it yesterday. That was a good ball game, man. This Diamondbacks, there's no give up in this team. That's why I'm not going to fade them here. But it definitely seems like if the Nationals are going to get a game in this series, this seems like the spot with Jake Irvin. But I'm going to stay away from it. I'm not going to fade the Diamondbacks here, coming off a loss to the Yankees, but definitely seems like a national spot.
Yeah, I feel enough discomfort as well. I feel enough discomfort as well. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. And I realize, okay, here we go. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. We have the LA Dodgers 8-0, 2-0 on the road at the Philadelphia Phillies 5-1, 3-0 at home. We are at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where I imagine the weather is nice there as well. 66 Fahrenheit, feels like 63, 3.6 miles per hour in. Beautiful baseball weather here. And we have to do it again. We have to fade the Dodgers here, switching cities off the 8-game winning streak. So it's not going to be a lot of fun. Yamamoto has not seen these Phillies. So it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun. We've seen Yamamoto twice this year. He's looked good in both starts. So he was at home versus Detroit last out. First one was in the Japan series. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 10 strikeouts here. This is a tricky spot for LA. You know, they're a team that everybody's talking about, and the Padres, of course, but everybody's talking about these Dodgers and how many wins they are capable of. The Dodgers bats have seen Luzardo, and they haven't fared too well against him. Teoscar Hernandez is 1 for 2. He's, Tommy Edman, but they haven't seen much of him. They haven't hit him that much. Betts 2 for 8. Ohtani is 1 for 7. Now that one was a solo shot. So what are we going to get? We know what Jesus Luzardo does at home. We know his splits. Now he's coming off a rough season. He's coming off a really nice start though at Washington. 5 innings, 11 strikeouts. He did not look good last year. No, he did not look good last year, and this is his first year here with a really good baseball team. And we've seen him on 2 shit baseball teams, and so we can't trust his splits from the Marlins. So let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a total of 8. It's minus 108 to the under. This was bouncing all over the place. Opened up at 8, got up to 8.5 a few times, a bunch of times. It kept going back. Every time it got up to 8.5, it would drop to 8. Overall, we've had 5 cents of movement towards the under. And then when we get to the money line, we have the Phillies at plus 114. They opened up plus 123. It's a 9-cent move towards them. It's an interesting move towards them. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 17% of tickets, 11% of the cash on the Phillies, and the line's moving towards them. I mean, this should all be in our wheelhouse. 96% of tickets, 96% cash on the over. Jose, we will start with you on this one and go back to wine time for the next one. Take it away. Your thoughts here. Slow Jam says he'll be betting the Dodger games over the total. And Fat Wally's NASCAR is in. Everybody talking about when is Wally's NASCAR going to be in. Darlington, Goodyear 400 outright winners. Hamlin, Elliott, and Barry. Thank you, Wally, my man. Spooner's moved on to Phillies plus 115. Said I think Lazard's going to have a good year after going from the Athletics to Miami and breaking his hand playing video games. He's finally on a decent team with a winning mentality. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, Philadelphia Phillies for me, straight bet. First bet I made today, plus 115. Market kind of correlates. You mentioned the winning streak, changing city correlates. I think this Philly team is obviously a Philly team that thinks that they are on the level of this Dodgers team and expects to compete with this Dodgers team. So, yeah, Phillies for me, plus 115.
I agree with the sentiment. Let's hear from Wine Time. And what line did you get, Jose? 115?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what do you think, Wine Time?
I wish I got a plus 115. I got a plus 110. I'm on the Phillies all day long here in this spot. This is my biggest play of the day here. Yamamoto, I mean, his numbers definitely look good. I mean, the 10 strikeouts last game. He's looking very shaky in beginning of ball games, and I worry if he looks shaky early on against this Philadelphia Phillies lineup. And he gets a couple people on base. These guys aren't going to make a mistake when they're at the plate. Guys like Harper, they've got a lot of guys in there that can hit the ball. And when people are on base, hit jacks. This is at home for Philly. Dodgers, playing some really great baseball. I mean, it just doesn't seem like any team can really beat them. They went down early against the Tigers, come back, win the game. It's like Dodger fans weren't even worried the whole time watching the game. It's absolutely wild. This ball club is stacked, but it's time for them to lose the game here. And I think Yamamoto is going to get lit up today, especially if he walks a couple guys early on and he looks wild. One of these guys takes him deep and he sees and Phillies get the momentum. I think they're going to win this game. So I'm on the Phillies plus 110 here. I love this play here. This Philadelphia Phillies team is a good team. They're a dog here, but it's because the Dodgers are 8-0. I like the Phillies here in this spot. They're going to get the job done here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you guys. I'm going to join you guys. I haven't bet it yet, so I need to figure out what I'm going to do with the Mariners game, but that's the only addition at this point. Wager Detective says take the over. So does AM, and TJ is on Astros Island yesterday, Dodgers Island today. Now, the angle that Troy talked about, I hope we talk about more with the Astros yesterday, coming off a sweep at home, going on the road. I think it's an angle that I have certainly caught my attention. And Ronnie Lawson said sound
yesterday.
Say what, my man?
I was on the Twins yesterday.
Yeah, I look, those are two. It was a game I just watched and tried to learn from. I know there's a concern with the Astros in the cold, but again, swept at home, going out on the road. Let's keep an eye out for that angle here. And Dougie Wise says love that everybody is on the Phillies. Dougie Wise is going to be on the Dodgers here. Let's roll on. Got Meals 2 in the house. What up, Meals? Let's roll. Next up for us, we have Miami Marlins, 7:15 p.m. Eastern. Jesus Luzardo's last baseball team. Miami Marlins playing their first road game of the year. And who needs a home opener more than these Atlanta Braves? Get back to Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, about time.
Ooh-wee. 85 Fahrenheit's gorgeous in hot Atlanta. 85 feels like 84. 8 miles per hour in. Dice down to 6.3. It's beautiful there. Let's take a look at the line history and discuss these pitchers. Again, this is the last week that I'm going to be focusing on preseason expectations of bullpens. We'll have bullpen stats. We'll have lefty-righty stats. I just wanted the sample size to be a little more. The Braves are supposed to have a very good bullpen. Maybe we haven't seen that yet as they're 0-7, but they were expected to have the sixth ranked bullpen in the league, going up against a Marlin team that was expected to have the 27th ranked bullpen in the league. Let's pull up the pitchers here for this one in Marlins Braves. And God, I mean, switching cities is so important. You got Schwellenbach, who looked so good last year. But let's start first with Max Meyer, the 26-year-old. We know this kid's going to be an absolute monster. A third overall pick in the 2020 draft. Last year, he struggled, but look, he's a kid. 3-5, 5.68 ERA, 1.42 WHIP. He got the year started beautifully. 5 2/3, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 7 Ks, 1 walk. Max Meyer is an elite young pitcher, and you can say the same thing about Schwellenbach. Spencer Schwellenbach. He was the second round pick in the 2021 draft, but he flew up through the ranks. He looked phenomenal in his first start of the year. 6 innings, didn't allow a run, 4 Ks, and 1 walk. Last year, he was lights out, got better as the season went on. 3.35 ERA over 123 2/3 with a 1.04 WHIP. These are 2 studs on the mound, 2 pitchers that we'll be capping for the next decade. Let's get into the line history here and hand it over to Jose. We have the Braves at against Max Meyer. It's an absurd number, but they opened up minus 213 and now minus 231. I mean, it's just, look, I get it. Everyone thinking they're going to come home and get right, but it's an absurd number. The 7.5 here is minus 116 to the under. 18 cents of movement towards this under 7.5. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 94% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on the under. So on the over. The under has 6% of the tickets and 11% of the cash. We actually have a couple games where it's not 98, 99. This is one of them. 88% of tickets, 89% cash on the Atlanta Braves. Von Polo is on the Marlins. JW is on the Marlins. Justin McKelvey, though, on the Braves minus 1.5. Spooner on Marlins first 4.5 plus a half. I love the first 4.5. Now, not all books give them. 365 does, but I love the under 4.5. I love the look on the road team. You get the 5 innings against the 4 innings. You start that bottom of the 5th that's so treacherous. You cut it out. So I think it's a great angle here. Take it away, Mr. Bouquett. Fish, Braves. Take it away.
Yeah, I thought this game was tough. I mean, it's obvious that everyone's probably going to bet the Braves today get their first win. Gun to head, if I really had to make a play, I guess it'd have to be Marlins. I like Max Meyer, and in a low total, I'd rather have that plus 190 than to take the minus 200. And I like Schwellenbach as well, borderline list guy as well. I think he's going to have a good year, but not enough for me to get on it. I'm sorry if my breakdowns are a little shorter, I guess. Here today, but I just wasn't interested in this game, mainly because I just kind of figured that everyone was going to be betting the Braves here, and I didn't want to, join the everyone in this scenario.
What about the under?
I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense. I'd just be worried about a bullpen that I don't trust in Miami, and the total market has gone on a full run, apparently. I don't know if I believe that. Is that what you're seeing too?
No.
Okay,
no,
I figured.
Then, but what you're seeing is real. There was an 8.5 of minus 120, but that was in the afternoon yesterday with limits at 7:45 p.m. This was already a 7.5.
Yeah. I mean, I could see the under for sure, but I just didn't want to move on it and trust a Marlins bullpen and a Braves lineup that I'm sure is pretty frustrated and want to take out some of that frustration back at home.
Excuse me. Yeah, I like this game a lot.
First 5 under, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I just think that these bats, I mean, they're, we talk about when we took the Ducks over the Rangers, the whole cap was that Rangers are going to be holding their stick too tight. They're nervous. And what happened? The Rangers allowed 2 goals in the last 5 minutes of the game and then lose in the extra session. I feel like this is a similar situation where fading the Braves is not a bad thing. And now the Braves could win this game and they could, it could be a powder keg type situation, but I think the first 5 under is in play. Of course, I can't bet it.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to stay away from these first 3s and first 5s and And Spooner says this is the trend reversed 0-7 switching cities, which I have not been tracking. The reason why the switching cities is so great is because you're usually a plus 200 dog you're using. The Cubs thing is a rarefied situation. JW says Braves can't hit. What makes you think Game 8 changes that?
I think them getting locked in will prove that they can hit. JW, this is going to be a top 10 offense still.
God, I'm so it's so hard to break out of the mistakes or whatever it is that you're so used to, and I'm so used to doing. It's so hard not to think first 3 and first 5. Stay away from the Marlins bullpen. Even though I have the proof that it's not been working, I still can't help but want to get to it. I don't know why anybody would want to have anything to do with this Marlins bullpen, but they've been better. I've got their expectations. Can you give me the Marlins bullpen stats through 7 games, Jose, if you can? I'll start setting up the next one, but I like the look very, very much that Spooner's on. Cutting off the bottom of the 5th, going first 4.5. Again, it's unfortunate not everybody has the books. Top set on Spencer's K's over. I like the first 3 under. I like the full game under. I'm just not sure, what to press the button on.
Real quick, bullpen ERAs here. To no one's surprise, they're 7-0 for a reason. I forget what the record is, but the Padres 0.68 bullpen ERA in 26 2/3 innings pitched. Very impressive there. Miami, since we were looking for them, actually 8th. Right now, 34 innings pitched, a 2.62 ERA, a 5.15 FIP, though. And they have a negative 0.6 WAR and are still 8th place in that ERA title. So that's crazy. That's honestly nuts to see. Like, for example, the Astros are right above them. They have a 0.4 WAR, and the Cardinals below them have a 0.6 WAR, while the Miami Marlins have a negative 0.6 WAR. So that's just nuts. So their bullpen regression is coming.
God damn it. I want to invest heavily in this baseball game. I think the Braves are going to be squeezing that stick way too tight. I like Spooner's look a lot, but I'd also like to get involved in the under. And remember, I told you, Jose, and I got to stick to it, but I said if I was going to double up, it would be adding the first 3. Have to be on the full game. Okay. Decisions will be made here. I really want to get involved. Let's roll on to the next spot. A game we don't know if it's going to play and we don't think is going to play. Yeah. Orioles, Royals at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. And Spooner says, look at Max Meyer's ground ball numbers. I'm a big fan of Max Meyer. I think it's easy to say. I think he's going to be a monster. Let's roll into this one, but let's not spend too much time on it. I don't know if it's going to go. Jose, do you expect Seth Lugo regression all year, every start?
I wouldn't say like every start. I just don't think he's gonna have a better, a good year. Like, he threw 200 innings last year. No one throws 200 innings last year,
and he was phenomenal.
Yeah, so I think he'll take a step back or two. Yeah, just. I don't know what to really expect from him all the time. He throws those like 40 pitches. It makes it tough.
Hey, Kong, I'm going to make sure that we get that hooked up for you. I got that at the top of my worksheet, so I am on it, my friend. I am on it. And Big Zo says, hang tough, break the cycle. It takes 6 weeks to correct a bad habit. Yeah, I just, God, I hate it so much. But okay, Top Set says took Baltimore. Now, I don't think this game, I think we all don't think this game goes. So let's not spend too much time on it. Baltimore, Royals, Lugo, Kramer. I have had high expectations for Dean Kramer, and it's a stupid vividness bias. I've watched him shove. I've watched full starts of him shoving. I've also seen him get destroyed, but for whatever reason, it's just the spots that he's shoving are in my head. It's this stupid vividness bias. He did not look good in his first start at Toronto. 5 1/3. 5 earned runs, 6 Ks, 2 walks. He got better as the season went on last year. And again, I always think that the cappers who don't watch the games have an advantage on us. He was really good on the road last year. And I want to back him. And I also think that poor start in game one is something that we could probably take advantage of. Rochester Johnny says he's inconsistent. Maybe Kramer is good today. Rochester Johnny says Kramer makes me nervous. And yes, Mr. Belvedere, the Undoing Project. So let's get this set up line history wise. Of course, we touched on Seth Lugo. We should probably give you guys more for Seth Lugo. We have Lugo coming off 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 4 Ks, and 3 walks at home versus Cleveland. He was a finalist for the Cy last year. He was phenomenal. 16-9, 3 ERA, 206 2/3 with a 1.09 WHIP. He was phenomenal. And there's history here with the Oriole bats, and not a ton, but Mountcastle's gotten after him, and so is Mullins. And Mullins is running hot right now. Westberg is 2 for 2 with the jack. And there's history against Kramer for the Royals. They've got to him. Now Perez is 1 for 8. That one was a 2-run shot. Pasquantino's 1 for 4. That one was a homer. You have Bobby Witt Jr. hitting 375 to 1.194, and Jonathan India also. So there's, again, I don't think this game goes, so I shouldn't be waxing too long on it. Let's just go through the total here and the size.
He thinks this game is going to go. Won't be canceled.
It's important to do the work. I've learned that, because you get so frustrated when you see an easy bet that you can't move on because you just kind of passed it with the amount of work we have in front of us. And it's just light rain. It's supposed to be drizzling until 11 p.m. It's 11.6 miles per hour in. Feels like 48. Oh, sorry, it's 48. Feels like 40. So it's a little cooler. This total's dropped a full run. So I think the boat has been missed on that. By the way, the White Sox have started with a double. On the money line here, we have these Kansas City Royals at minus 105. They opened up at minus 116, so an 11-cent move away from them. The Orioles have gone from plus 105 to minus 103. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 59% of tickets, 57% of cash on the Baltimore Orioles. And we have 81% tickets, 80% cash on the over. 81 and 80, that's the lowest we've seen in a while. My dude, thank you for sharing all of your best bets. I will copy and paste them. We got them here in business. Take it away for us here, Jose. The floor is yours.
Yeah, no action. If I had to make a bet in this game, it would be Orioles. If it wasn't for the weather stuff, I'd probably be more interested in the Orioles. Honestly, these are two teams that are kind of very similar in my head, honestly. I don't know what to make of the Royals start right now. I thought they'd be a little better, truthfully, but I'll keep it again short. No action. And yes, Dean Kramer, Stockton, California's finest. So I think he'll be ready to pitch, but I just don't. I never know. We've been capping Dean Kramer for 3 years now, and it's always kind of a roll of the dice whenever we get for whatever we get. And by the way, good note by Zofe here mentioning that Gunnar Henderson returns today. Today he returns. His first game, I don't expect much. Second, as the things go on, I expect more. So good note there, Zoe. He doesn't think it'll make a difference today, but it's always a good note.
Well, Spooner says sneaky offensive weather with Kaufman Park and the elevated humidity levels. Most will assume pitcher friendly because of the wind and the ballpark.
I am saying this is an overreaction to the wind as well.
It could be a really sneaky spot. Now, I mean, we have fresh bullpens, but it could be a really sneaky spot. I don't know if I can go up against the market at this point, but I'll keep that as a note. And I also have, I kind of want to keep fading Lugo. I mean, is that crazy? God, I kind of like the Orioles here, but again, Kramer is such a Jekyll and Hyde pitcher. Okay, I'll think more about that as we go on. We have 3 games left in Major League Baseball, and then the full NBA card. I've moved on 4 bets in NBA, 5-1 the last 2 shows with you guys want to eat. 8:05 p.m. Eastern. Jose, our next spot on the board, Tampa Bay Rays 4-2. All 6 games were played at the George M. Steinbrenner Field. They've moved to Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. At the Texas Rangers, 5-2, 3-1 at home. And do we have? Yes, the roof will be closed. It's freezing. Wow, 63 Fahrenheit. Never see that temperature in Texas. Let's get into the line history and the expectations that we have with these two starters. Let's start there with the Tampa Bay Rays. Zach Littell on the hill. He has had one start this year, and he looked very good. It was at home versus a weak Rockies squad. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 7 Ks. Didn't walk a batter. This guy's very good. I know that he got given away by the Red Sox, which was questionable. I mean, no one. It's if the Rays are a pitching factory. They find guys, they make them work. 3.63 ERA last year, 1.25 WHIP, threw 156 in the third. Started 29 games. Guy's a good pitcher, and going up against our friend Tyler Mahle. Good God, back in business here. He is not a pitcher to trust. He barely pitched in 2024. He barely pitched in 2023. You got to go back to 2022, the last time Tyler Mahle was ready to go. So let's go through the line history and hear what Jose has to say about this spot. I mean, there is an implied clear pitching advantage, but the line's not moving. Open up -123, is at -123, no movement. And then when we get to the total here for this one, we have an 8.5 at -106. Another problem here, Jose, is I don't have my phone for live betting, and I think there may be some live betting opportunities for us here. So I'm just going to run and grab my phone so that I can bet with everybody. Here from a total standpoint, this is 8.5 at a pick'em. This is a pitcher-friendly park, especially with the roof closed. This opened up 3 cents higher on the over. So we moved 3 cents towards the under. I'm just going to run and grab my phone. Wine Time's back in business here, so we'll hear his take on this one as well. Rays, Rangers.
There we go. Shout out to Wine. Welcome back. Yeah, this is a classic case of a bad offense against a bad pitcher and a good offense against a good to decent pitcher in Zach Littell. I like Littell. I think he's not bad. But I leaned over in this game. I couldn't get there with anything here. I do expect Tyler Mahle to not be good, but I don't want to go up against a Rangers team I think is really good. If I gunned ahead, it'd be Rays for me, but nothing right now. What do you think, Juan?
Yeah, shout out to my guy Chase J. He was there for the last Saturday show. You guys know my guy Tyler Mahle. Played baseball with him Little League growing up. Ended up going to Westminster High School. I went to Marina. Across town. No one goes to Westminster High School, guys. And this kid gets drafted 7th round out of Westminster High School. Absolute stud, man. Grew up with him. Watched his work ethic. It was superior to everyone else's. And he's also a giant when he was a kid, so that helped out too. But listen, man, this guy, we gave out his strikeout prop on Saturday. Didn't hit it. He only went 1.2 innings. First inning, struck out 2 batters. Second inning, I believe he struck out 1 or 2. Only got 5 outs out. He was absolutely wild out there. He couldn't get a strike at times. And there was also a couple of those pitches that I questioned that were called balls on 3-2 counts. That should have probably been strikes, but it is what it is. Bounces go your way. Sometimes they don't. He didn't last too long. He's coming off an injury, and even early on in spring training, he had some issues early on. They addressed him, and they said he was healthy, though. I think he's going to go out there and pitch a good game today. I'm personally not going to bet on this game. I don't think we have an advantage here because I got to see him go out there and throw first. Coming off injury. This is a guy I backed, you know what I mean? Before when he was on the Minnesota Twins. I like Mahle, but I also think that he's kind of aged a little bit and he's lost some velocity on his fastball. It's definitely gone down. He used to be able to throw 96, 97. Now it's averaging around 93, even 92 at times. He can still get up to 95, but we'll see here. I like him, but I think that I don't think we have much value in this game. Line's not really moving. Rays have had a weaker schedule to start the season with their first 2 opponents. They've taken care of business as they should have, but this is a game I'm going to stay off of, but definitely think the Rangers are live here.
Interesting. Very, very interesting breakdown on Mahle. And then AM saying the under 8.5 thinks this line should be 7.5. What do you think, Jose?
I'm not moving on it. I'll mark it in this game quickly. 62% of the bets, 55% of the money on the Rangers is pretty split, and a rare amount of under bets in this game. 78% of the bets, 80% of the money on the over in this. So, I mean, I understand. I lean under. I like what your look is, AM, but nothing here for me.
Wildly interesting breakdown. I got the live betting ready just in case the White Sox scored, and they don't.
I know. I was just I'm glad they got out of it right there, but Let's go.
Same here.
Let's
I was
go.
ready to
Let's
attack
keep
it.
runs
I
on
was
the
ready
board
to
right
attack it. I'm ready to attack. I think it's so key, and I keep telling you guys this. Bankroll is the most important thing in your life other than your family. And that goes with your live bankroll too. You have to kind of, if you have the right cap and you got a bad bounce or something like that, you can attack it again. Like Arizona Diamondbacks could have been a huge loss for me yesterday, but I got the +3.5. You got to trust your cap and make sure that account is full. It doesn't need to be nearly as big as your, regular bankroll, but you need to have money live ready to go to kind of clean up mistakes. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. We have the Cincinnati Reds 2-5, 0-1 on the road. The Milwaukee Brewers 3-4, 3-1 at home. American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The roof is going to be closed. Nick Martinez on the hill. When he starts, he's bad. When he comes in on a wild spot start out of nowhere, he seems to pitch really well. When he comes in out of the bullpen, he seems to pitch really well. He was such a Jekyll and Hyde pitcher. If you go over his numbers last year, you're like, this guy's phenomenal. 3.10 ERA, 1.03 whip. Is that really Nick Martinez? And I don't think that's really Nick Martinez. That was an outlier year. Now, he's not as, he just has such strange numbers. If you look at his numbers in 23 and 2022, you're like, well, why wasn't this guy starting?
Well, that's a bad call. God damn. 3-2 count, balls completely outside the strike zone, called strike 3. Didn't even touch the strike zone.
He was so good on the road last year. It's a split that is tricky to quantify. He was so much better on the road last year. He held batters to a 181 average. He had a 0.75 whip. This is 70 innings, 2.18 ERA. It was just, he was phenomenal on the road. There's no way to get around it. If you go to 2023, it was the exact opposite. So again, these splits with a pitcher like Nick Martinez, I don't know if we can actually legitimize. Then
Carpenter
we have
solo home run, 1-0 Tigers. Sorry to interrupt you, Jim. Carpenter right down the line. They called it foul. They looked at it. It was a fair ball. He's rounding those bases. Let's go.
Let's go. I love it. It's all falling into place. We have Tyler Alexander, the 30-year-old journeyman. This guy's a highly thought of pitcher coming into the league, but he's not fulfilled that at all. Bounced around the league, was a Tiger for many years, was a Ray in 2024, and is now a Milwaukee Brewer here. In 2025, he's been pitching out of the pen and here. So is this a full bullpen day for the Brewers? Jose, do you think that Tyler Alexander goes 4 innings?
I do, yeah. I expect him to go this 4 innings.
Okay. All right, let's get into the line history here and hand it over to our guys. We'll get Wine Time first and Jose second. This total is an 8.5 and -114. This opened up at 8. We've climbed a half run. Then from a money line standpoint here, we have -121 on the Brewers, who quickly climbed out of that ugly 0-4 hole. I have them to win the division. I disagree with Jose. I think they're better than the Reds. This is our first time where we get to see them in action. This line's moved towards the Brewers, -108 to -121. These are my only futures, Jose. Only futures are on the Brewers at this point in the year, which is good.
What did you move on those? I must have missed that.
On our opening day, on our opening show, our first show of the year, I took the Brewers to win the division. I took the Brewers win total over. Take it away for us here. Wine Time coin saying Cincinnati shut out 3 straight games. Reds, Brewers.
Yeah, Cincinnati Reds. I wasn't super high on this team going into this season like a lot of people were. Don't get me wrong. I like a couple of the guys they have in their lineup. I just don't see this team as more of a 500 team, if I'm being completely honest. Milwaukee Brewers, you look at their roster, it's never the prettiest thing to look at, but they always seem to do well in the regular season, get regular season wins. We saw them struggle to start off against the Yankees in the Bronx, whole thing with the whole torpedo bats. Last couple of games, it came back to life here. Pitching well. That's what they do, is pitch. They pitch very well, and that's what they've been doing here. This is a tough spot, though. I'm not going to back the Brewers here, and I'm not going to back the Reds here in this spot either. This is a simple pass game for me. It's kind of crazy. The Reds have been shut out the last 3 games, 1-0. That's just absolutely crazy. Maybe this is going to be an over spot because neither of these teams have gone over. And for the Milwaukee, it's been since the Yankees series, and for the Reds, it's been since the Rangers series. We're looking at a total of 8.5, 95% of cash, 95% of money on it. And it opened at 8. I mean, this might be an over spot, honestly. Maybe these teams score here in this spot because they haven't been able to do that the last 3 games. It's kind of asking a lot, though, from both of these batting orders. I'm not going to do it. Might be a spot I move on as the day goes on. Might be a play I add, and if so, I'll tag you guys in it. Only thing I can move on here is the over, though, but I'm going to stay away from it as of right now.
Didn't take Spooner long to catch Kerry Carpenter.
Yes,
Does
sir.
feel like an over.
Yeah, good shit, Spoons.
Yeah, Spooner cashing it early. Robert Franklin says Reds can't hit lefties under 8. Jose Bouquet, our teams are facing off. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm off. I lean Reds, obviously. It's just funny to see them get shut out 1-0 3 games in a row.
Has that ever happened in baseball? Has a team ever gotten shut out 3 games in a row, 1-0? I've never seen that.
Now, I can actually find that out for you because I saw a guy tweeting basically just this stuff. Like, here you go. The Reds are the first team to lose 3 consecutive 1-0 games within a single season since the 1960 Phillies.
Wow.
I thought it would be dead ball era.
Yeah, me
There
too.
you go. But yeah, I like the Reds. I still believe in the Reds. They're pitching well, which is what I was more honestly a little concerned about with their team. I wanted to see their pitching come through, and they're doing that. I just need the hitting to come through, and I hopefully think that will. I think that it'll break out today with a kind of a shitty Tyler Alexander day. But we'll see. I have no action on there on this game, but I lean Reds for sure.
I mean, it's are we going to try to catch a falling knife with the over? That's the question. Let me ask you this, Jose, before Wine Time and I kind of put together whether we're going to try to catch a falling knife and expect runs. What is your expectation of Nick Martinez this year, Jose?
So he's a very interesting case. I'm sure if you guys follow the baseball offseason closely, you guys will know that he is the only person in baseball to accept a qualifying offer this year. It's pretty interesting. It was offered to a lot of people, even like Nick Pivetta, for example. Red Sox offered it to him. He said, fuck no, get that shit out of my face. Got a multi-year deal from the Padres, so respect. But Nick Martinez took it immediately, 1 year, $20 million. I don't know what that really says about him. Does that mean like he wants that quick payday and he knows he's kind of smoke and mirrors? I'm not sure. Our guy Dabby Cab is a lot more negative about Nick Martinez than most. I tend to believe in him, honestly. So I lean towards Nick Martinez having a decent year, honestly.
Yeah, I'm finding this over appealing as well.
Yeah, I'm going to end up moving on this as the day goes on. Not going to do it quite yet, but locked in. Tigers have first and second right now with Keith up to bat, 1 out. Cannon looks a little shook out there. They just had
and there shouldn't even be an out, right?
Yeah.
No, this is all falling into place. Oh, but he went out.
Beautiful. I'm going to take my dog out to go pee real quick while we do that.
Sure.
You're good.
Get that evil out of him.
Oh, here we go.
9:38 p.m. Our next spot here on the board. Our final spot on the board. Cleveland Guardians at your Los Angeles Angels. Wine Time. Great start to the year. 4-2. Plan the parade. Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California. TJ says zoned out for a minute. How do you come up with no on the Reds? The mark. So this is a situation where we do have actual bets on the under. Supposedly if we trust 20% of them on the under, and line's gone from 8 to 8.5, and I think both of these pitchers are very hittable. I don't care if Nick Martinez's stats were great last year or been good 2 years in a row. I don't care if he was unhittable on the road. We know he was horrible on the road the year before. Is Nick Martinez a pitcher who's going to get better as the season goes on? Alexander, I want to fade. Are the Reds a powder keg offense right now? Or are we trying to catch a falling knife? I've got to make that decision here. But I think that hitting is contagious. And if we can get a couple early hits, I think that they can deliver. I've still got to think about it a little bit more here. Here, though, on Cleveland, LA, AM says under 7.5 and under 8. I think this line movement is also incorrect. So doubled up. And Kripke says Reds are a falling knife. Well, I wouldn't be back in the Reds here. And look, I've still got time to figure that out, and I will tweet it out if I move on it. Well, we have just a man for the cap here, with the Angels starting out 4-2. This is our final MLB spot on the board. Let's figure out how we're going to move on it. Let's get started here with the pitchers and then get into the line history and the cash flow. We have Soriano, a pitcher that we've talked about so often, a pitcher with phenomenal stuff. A pitcher that was getting me paid last year. There's a lot of pitchers that hurt me badly. It wasn't Jose Soriano. He looked phenomenal in his first start at the White Sox. Now he gets a home start here against a Guardians team that, nobody's afraid of their sticks. This guy is, well, I'll let our guy Wine Time talk about him, but I've been very high on him. And I'm high on Gavin Williams. I don't know who isn't. This is the 23rd overall pick in the 2021 draft. He had an okay start to get going at Kansas City. He did not have a good year last year. He looked over his head, but that should change here for the youngsters. So we have two very highly thought of young pitchers on the mound. We have a total here that is an 8. I do see some 7.5s. This opened up at 7.5 and went up to 8. So we have a half-run move towards the over. Then when we get to the money line here for this spot, we have the Guardians at minus 109. They open up at minus 115. So a short move here towards the Angels. And then when we get to the cash flow for the game, 93% of the tickets, 93% of the cash on the over. And on the money line, we have 52% of the tickets and 63% of the cash on the Cleveland Guardians. And weather-wise, in LA, it's a little, well, it's fine. 67 Fahrenheit, 8.9 miles per hour to right field. Here we go. One time, your boys in play. Are you moving on them?
Yeah, I moved on. I'm on the Angels here in this spot in the home opener, plus 100 here. They've been playing some good baseball, some inspiring baseball with the young guys. We saw a lot of the emotions come out on the field with Kyron Paris and Nolan Shawnoel with those game-winning hits. You just don't see those reactions from Angel players a lot. Like when he hit that triple, he just got up and he was the reaction in his face just told it all. And this young group believes in each other. I don't know how far this team's going to go because this team's very young. Don't have high expectations for this team. I do think they can win, 70 to 80 games this season. I think we can have some value in certain spots. Zach Neto's still not in the lineup for them. They've got that gap at shortstop. Tim Anderson, Kevin Newman kind of splitting the time over there. Both those guys just can't seem to get it done at the plate. I think they both have combined for one hit. Kevin Newman playing some lights out defense. And that's Ronnie Washington's specialty for the Angels is the defense. We know he can run a good defense. It's just the offense. And the Angels typically, they just haven't been able to score with runners in scoring position, although they did so against the Cardinals late in the games in clutch situations. The younger guys have been stepping up. It hasn't been Trout and Taylor Ward. It's been guys like Kyron Paris, Nolan Shawnoel, Ohapi. These guys are playing clutch baseball. Those are the kind of guys I want to see play well. This is the home opener. The Guardians are, they make the playoffs every single year. This is a good team, and I'm actually kind of surprised at this line, but maybe not so because Jose Soriano's a really good pitcher, and that sinker, when it's on, it's on, man. And, sometimes he doesn't really worry too much about the strikeout. He can get the ground ball a lot too. So if he does get into trouble, he's got good defense behind him to roll up some double plays. I think they're going to get it done here at plus 100. I took it. I think they can get it done here. Guardians have had kind of a rough start to this season. They did just get swept by the Padres, who are undefeated this season. But I think this is a good spot for the Angels at home. The weather's nice here. Yeah, it is a little windy. Going to try to get to this game. I know I'm for sure going to the game tomorrow, but I might be at this game. We'll see. But I'm excited for this one. I'm on the Angels here, plus 100. We'll see how it goes.
Wine Time and Spooner on the Angels, plus 100. JW doesn't want to back Soriano, but I don't think the travel spot should be any concern. They didn't play yesterday, so
no, they had the day off yesterday.
Yeah, so they traveled yesterday.
I will say too, Jim, the thing is about this Angels bullpen is they've got two really good arms, and their names Ben Joyce and Kenley Jansen. We know Jansen likes to, get into situations and get himself out of it. Outside of that, their bullpen is a little lighter. They've got some guys that can go in there, but we're going to need 6 to 7 innings strong out of Soriano. If they can get 6 to 7 strong out of him and they go to Ben Joyce and Jansen, the 8th and 9th, I think they have a good shot at this. They're going to need a solid 6 to 7 out of Soriano, though.
And we still have concerns, don't we, of him going deep into games?
It depends because his pitch count, the first game was lower, but last season, he had some trouble getting in deeper into the games, but that was the thing that they worked on this season with the starting rotation. Try to get, earlier, don't get out of these games in the 4th or 5th inning because this bullpen's it's simply not built for that. And that's what's going to hurt the Angels towards the middle of the season when Joyce and Jansen get gassed out. Because they're going to be throwing a lot in back-to-back situations. That's when we're going to want to fade the Angels when their bullpen's at their all-time low, which will happen at some point this season. They're healthy right now. And as long as Soriano can get 6 to 7 out of us, I expect him to throw, probably 95 to 100 pitches, I would say today. I definitely think he's going over 85. And if he can, I think that's a good 6 to 7 innings out of him as long as he can be efficient. We'll see though. This is going to be a good one. I'm excited for this one. This might be a little bit of a homer bet, you know what I mean? Because, the shirt I'm wearing, but I do believe that the Angels can get it done here.
Line movement. We're going to hear from Jose, but line movement wise, 8 minutes ago, the Mariners Giants total just went back to 8. So it has moved. It's not the most legitimate 8, but it has moved back up to 8. It was 8 earlier, opened at 7.5. Jose, your thoughts here on Guardians Angels?
This line's super fishy. With my guy Gavin Williams on the bump, I feel like this should be like minus 150 and a minus 120 even money. This feels like an Angels bet. This will hopefully end up making my card. I want to see how the results of the first games go today, and if everything goes well, I will be moving on the Angels here, full game money line. Just a super fishy line. And it just makes it feel like the Angels are very live in this game.
Let's go before we move on. There's a couple questions I have about the card before we review everything. But one time, why are you not on the under here? Is the concern more Gavin Williams?
Great question. This opened up at a 7.5. Do we have an 8? Are we at an 8 now?
Right now we are at 8. Yes, 8s across the board, pretty much. So we've gone up the half run, which is something I don't really want to compete with, honestly. Sharon thinking about the Soriano outs over. Maybe that's another way of attacking it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Touch more on that total before we move on.
No, you're good. The Angels' last 3 games have gone over this total, partly due to some extra innings and some late game heroic stuff. Earlier on in these games, if you've been taking these first 5 unders for the Angels, it's been absolute cash money. I haven't personally been on them, but that's what's been happening here. And, Cleveland Guardians, coming off just scoring 4 runs against the series against the Padres. This isn't a big this isn't a travel spot at all. You know what I mean? And had the day off. I don't know. It's a tough spot here because I don't know if the Angels can score more than 4 or 5 runs here. I don't know. This is a tough total. I'm going to stay away from this total. I got nothing for you on this.
And I know that the line just went from 7.5 to 8 in the Mariners Giants game. I kind of have faith in Luis F. Castillo here, and you, Jose, have faith in Verlander in this spot. You think he's going to pitch well, right?
Verlander, at home, I think he pitches well, still early.
Okay. All right, we're in business. All right, let's review all action here in Major League Baseball. Let's start with you, Wine Time Sports, 6-1 on our show. We watched you do this in college football. This is a Herculean task you are trying to attack here in Major League Baseball over the next 6 months. What's your action today, my friend?
Yeah, let's get right to it, man. Excited to be here, man. I was so bummed I couldn't be on the show on Wednesday. I'm excited I got to break this card down with you, man. For my action today, I'm on the Tigers -1.5, -110. It's currently off right now. I'm on the Cardinals plus 110 on the money line. I'm also on the over in the Cardinals Boston Red Sox game, over 9 minus 110. Moved on the Phillies money line plus 110. Moved on the Angels money line plus 100. Also added about 25 minutes ago, tweeted it out. White Sox team total under 2.5 minus 105.
I like it. I like it. Jose Bouquett, my friend. Oh, one other thing here. We talked about Jesus Luzardo and our belief in the Phillies. We are all on the Phillies, and we are not the only one on the Philadelphia Phillies. Gamblers first glance, Phillies money line plus 116. And we are all tied up in Motown. Jose, your action today.
Yeah, short card, 2 plays, hoping to be 3. Phillies money line plus 115, and the little parlay Cardinals Cubs money line there for me. Cardinals Cubs at plus 219. I will be, if hopefully I can go 1-1, if not 2-0 there. And then if I do have a nice little winning positive moment there, I will go moving on the Angels as well, even money.
For me, I moved on 5 bets on the early card, and then I have not added my action on the late card. Okay, my man. Yeah, we got a big NBA card ahead of us. I'm really, really, really I like it so much. It helps going 5-1 last 2 days, but both Winetime and I are not happy with our record in NBA. Want to find the black here ASAP. I'm on the Tigers on the run line. Cardinals first 3 and first 5. Cubs -1 at -109, and Oakland, Colorado under 9, although I don't think that game goes. For added action here, I'm still working on that Mariners Giants spot. I'm going to join the boys on the Phillies. Then I'm all over this Marlins Braves game. I'm all over it. So I'm Marlins first 4.5 plus a half, that Spooner bet. And then it might be a double up, first 3 full game under. It might be. The over 7.5 in the Orioles. I need more time with the Orioles-Royals spot. I am interested in the over 8.5 here in Cincinnati, Milwaukee. And I'm going to join the boys on the Angels money line here. Going up against JW, another thing I'd like to do. JW said Cleveland money line, AL West crash. And Saturated says Dong report here. And Jermaine says San Francisco run line, super run line, maybe a go-to. Jose, do you want to put together the Dong plan, or because you could do that while we're doing NBA, or do you have one already?
There's not many people. Like, everyone has like 1 home run off of the pitchers are going off of today, so it's not like a too extensive one. Nolan Arenado is definitely the one that I would bet today. Saturated, if you want one, I'll just give you the one today. He has first 2 home runs off of Walker, so 1 more than everyone else against their starter. But the storylines going into this are too ripe. Saturated, too ripe. The line's moving towards the Cardinals once, you feel good about yourself there. But Nolan Arenado, the guy that basically begged to get to Boston all offseason, did not want to be in St. Louis. We all know that anymore. Begged to get to Boston, said multiple times, like, yeah, I'd definitely accept a trade offer to Boston. And the Red Sox knew that, and they waited and they waited, and they just waited their time out for Bregman. Bregman chose them, doesn't go to, and obviously doesn't go to wherever the fuck he was going to go, Detroit, and then that causes Nolan Arenado to stay. So I think he'll come with a little motivation today, show the Red Sox what they missed out, hits a home run off of Walker Buehler today. So there you go.
I like it. That was a great breakdown, my man. Great breakdown. We need a winning day, Jose, in the worst ways. So let's deliver the goods, my friend. We roll into NBA. Any last words, Jose? Anything else you want to drop to our guys before we roll into the NBA?
No. Troy Torrance, you did miss it all. Sucks for you. But I will mention, shout out to our new what was it? I already forgot what I was going to say. Okay, well, never mind. I've already forgotten. But go sign up for the Pub Sports Radio Gold memberships races today. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Tune in.
Yes.
And
I want camels. I need camels. Camels. Okay. Sure. All right, let's get into NBA. It's such a roller coaster ride that we are in, and I swept the board 4-0 on Friday. Took the weekend off of NBA, even though there were spots I wanted to attack. Now that as we get into focusing on this is my favorite time of year when we can focus on these three sports, NBA, NHL, and MLB. I'd like to move more on weekend action. Then I came in confident on Tuesday and went 0-3. Then on Wednesday I went 3. Oh, sorry, Wednesday I went 3-0. Oh no, is that 2-0? God, how am I? I think I'm 6-1. I'm 6-1 in the last 2 days, not 5-1, 6-1. 3-0 and then 3-1 yesterday. I'm locked in. 3-0 on Wednesday, 3-1 on Thursday. I've already made 4 bets. I cannot wait to cap this NBA card. So let's get to work and bring on our guy who is started the year phenomenally well in MLB, but we've got a bit of a hole to climb out of here in NBA. You got now your record overall in NBA is much better than it is here on the show, which happens, but there's no time like now to climb out.
It ain't much better, man. Not what it was earlier in the season, man. But we've still got so much time, Jim. And I think when it comes playoff times in these 7-game series, man, when we're on this show and we're capping these games, we're gonna be locked in, and that's where we're gonna make our cash. So we still got a couple weeks until then. So we got a loaded card today, like you said. Love it, been capping it. So I'm excited to break it down.
And live streams are on the way in NBA come playoff time and play in tournament time. Looks like we'll be doing that as well. So we'll be talking about that here shortly. The only real important stuff that we need you guys to know about is our big new channel. Pub Sports TV. It's a 24-hour, 7 days a week sports gambling. We got Ice Guys on there. We got Sean Higgs. We got Earl Sports Brothers. We got a bunch of people on there. So Jose's going to put that link here in the chat, and please support it. And then also, if you want to find a way to help the channel, if you use one of our links to open up a book, we get a bonus for that. So it helps the channel out. We don't get 1 cent off anybody's losses. We want you to destroy the books, but that does help us. So those two things, let's get that out of the way and let's attack. I've made 4 bets on this NBA card, and I'm so excited about watching these games tonight. Not this game, though, but this game does mean a lot to me. Can the Kings keep losing? Now, look, I've given up. I do not think that the Blazers are going to be able to sneak into the play-in, but they've sure been given every single opportunity. If you had told me the records of the Suns and the Kings down the stretch, I would have said, oh, God, Jesus Christ. I would have lost my mind. Be like, oh God, I must. But that's not the case. We'll get into the Blazers later because they're on the second half of back-to-back. But the Kings look good against the Pacers. Got their heart broken. And then no-show all game long against the Wizards. I mean, Doug Christie's got to see the writing on the wall. This Sacramento Kings team is bad, and the Zach LaVine pickup was bad. Here we go. Kings, Hornets. Kings are 36-40, 17-21 on the road. Hornets 19-57, 12-26 at home at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. Sacramento 1-4 over their past 5. Same with Charlotte. The pace it plays a little bit faster for the Kings. 99 possessions a game. That's 14th, while Charlotte is at 24th. Slow, very slow. Both teams are shooting the ball middling. 46.7 from the field for Sacramento, 36.9 from 3, while Charlotte is shooting 44.3 from the field and 35 from 3. We quickly want to know, of course, who's going to be in this lineup. We have everybody's good to go for the Kings. They're playing so bad, it's tricky to figure out. Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, DeRozan, Murray, and Sabonis is your 1 through 5. LaRavia is out, who's a player that's useful, but he's out. For the Hornets, we know that they're a mess. We know there's no LaMelo. KJ Simpson, Seth Curry, Jeffries, Bridges, Williams is your 1 through 5. But, Nick Smith, who's an important instant offense off the bench, is a game-time decision right now. He's listed as questionable. He missed Wednesday's game with the ankle issue, so we don't know if he's going to be in the lineup. And I like the instant offense from him. Seth Curry, I hate watching him on the floor right now. He's just putting in time. He doesn't want to be there. He's listed as probable. He did go for 16 on Wednesday. So if he could get to, we know LaMelo's done for the year. If can Seth step up? I mean, how much longer are we going to be? Why? He just doesn't seem to care that much. And we saw a little bit of care from him on Wednesday. We have Taj Gibson as a game time decision. You would like him to be able to come in. He's probable. Okay, that's good. So he's probable. So I know he does very little, but you need to have some bigs coming off the bench. I mean, Williams is listed as probable. So can this God, the Kings are such a Jekyll and Hyde group. They're very, very difficult to trust when they want. I mean, we watched them destroy the Blazers a week ago. Now that was at home. I wondered. I was like, is it possible? Could this team get swept on the 6-game trip? I knew they were going to be bad, but I thought the game against the Wizards was a clear victory for them. They opened up as 10.5-point favorites, now 11-point favorites, double-digit favorites for this bad basketball team. Christie's got to be losing his mind. From a total perspective, we opened up at 221. We've dropped 4 points down to 217. Kings have lost all 3 games on the 6-game road trip. They're coming off that loss at the Wizards on Wednesday. Hornets coming off their 6th loss in 7 games, 119-105 at the Pacers on Wednesday. Take it away for us here. Wine time, our first game on the board, Kings, Hornets.
Yeah, tough game because these are the kind of games where the Kings absolutely should blow these guys out of the gym. This is a mismatch, but I mean, we thought that against the Wizards. I mean, they're double-digit favorites and lose the game outright. Like, that's just not acceptable when you're trying to make at least a play-in tournament run. It's not looking good right now. They make the trade for Levine, get rid of Fox, who had season-ending surgery. His thumb was messed up all season long. They thought they were going to get a good player in Zach LaVine. I'm not high on Zach LaVine right now. I don't like watching him as a Sacramento King, him just standing in the corner at times, not demand the ball and just kind of wait for the ball to come to him, and just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. We got DeRozan out there. I mean, trying to do whatever he can to win these games. There's only so much he can do out there with the mid-range magic. Sabonis kind of been hurt this season. With these 3 guys in the lineup, you would think that this team would be better, but they're really not. Even Murray, he's a good shooter too. You would think this Kings team is a lot better than what they are. This team looks lost, but at the same time, Hornets are going nowhere. Fast. They don't want to win these games. They don't even want to stay competitive, it seems like. So this might be a Kings smash spot, honestly. Laying double digits 2 games in a row after losing the last one, but yet they're still a double-digit favorite. That's the one thing about this game where I'm like, anyone that did back the Kings in the last game, they're definitely not going to back them here. But at the same time, looking at the market, what is it right now? 57% of bets, 64% of the money. And the line is moving towards the Kings because it opened up at a 10.5. It's now at 11. Not going to lie, Kings kind of looks appealing to me, but it's just, I don't know if I can get to the window with them here. But it definitely seems like a Kings spot after losing as double-digit favorites. Now they're double-digit favorites again. It's a tough game, but I would only lean towards the Sacramento Kings here.
The Hornets have to stay in the bottom 3 with the 14% chance for Cooper Flag. They have to, but I don't see. I mean, where the win? They have one possible win on this card at Toronto on April 9th. They close back-to-back at Boston. That could be a problem. Boston could rest everybody and give them every opportunity to win. So we've got great opportunities on this board. There's no need for us to try to figure out. But it does feel like the Kings will smash, but they do not. And then we all have the bias of watching them play against the Wizards. Look, I don't want to see my record on screen at all, but we all know that 119 wins and 117 losses is not a 50% situation. It's 50.4. Not that it matters and doesn't need to be fixed, but I just, obviously we're not, we understand how numbers work. All right, let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern, we have Utah Jazz 16-61, 7-31 on the road at the Indiana Pacers, 45-31, 26-10 at home, Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Spooner says, listening to you guys cap the NBA makes me realize how broken the draft system is. It's so bad. I don't want to get into it again.
Yeah.
But Dan Kelly was talking about it. It's just it's such a problem. 14 teams should not be in the lottery. You should not get rewarded for not trying down the stretch here. And it's the teams that are going to be 12, 13, 14 to have the 0.5%, 1%, 2% chance at Cooper Flag that are going to not try, ensure that they're in lottery. It's absolutely disgusting. It's such a problem. And Silver is an idiot. But as Dan Kelly says, even Silver can't stop the NBA. Even these ridiculous rules can't stop the NBA from being enjoyable to cap and to watch. Now, I know not everybody feels that way. Let's get into this one. Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Utah is such a disgrace to the sport.
There they are.
It's just atrocious. And if they get rewarded with Cooper Flag like that, that's enough to. God, I don't know. 15th fastest pace, 98.9 possessions a game, 43% from the field, and 29.9% from three. The Pacers 3-2 over their past five, 11th fastest pace, 99.9 possessions a game, and shooting the ball very well, 51.2% from the field and 41.9% from three. They've won 2 straight, 3-4, coming off that 119-105 win at home versus the Hornets. This is the final game of a 3-game homestand. The Jazz are on game 4 of a 5-game road trip, coming off their 7th straight loss, a debacle. 143-105 at Houston on Wednesday. This total is a 238.5 minus 109 to the over. Isaiah Collier is still playing good basketball. We've had a 3-point move to the over because nobody on the Jazz are trying defensively. We know at least what's up. Markkanen out, Kessler out, Collins out. So Micah Potter starting at the 4, Sensabaugh at the 3, Collier and Sexton 1-2, and Filipowski at the 5. For the Pacers, Halliburton, Nembhard, and then you have 3 important players in Naismith, Mathurin, and Siakam, all game time decisions here. Let's take a look and see if they're expected to go. A right elbow bursitis for Siakam. He's been shooting the ball poorly. If this is his excuse, maybe he doesn't go here tonight. Then you have Naismith. But, I mean, even if these guys don't go, I mean, you probably still want Pacers, but you'll get the better number. Naismith is questionable with the right ankle soreness. He's been a fixture. He's been playing every game, so he's only missed 1 game in 2025. And then Benedict Mathurin. Benedict Mathurin is questionable here. He's missed 3 straight games. I mean, I guess you could bring him in to play like 10 or 15 minutes and just start getting the flow back, but there's no real reason to play him. Then we talked about the total. Sorry, I don't know if we did the spread here. This spread is a 16. Pacers are minus 16 and minus 110. Now, look, when I say nice things about, I love cap in the NBA. It's very fun. My amount of action is lower than it's ever been, but we're going to heat up here and bet a lot more. But these two games make you not want to cap NBA. This is just trash. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 42% of tickets, 39% cash on the Jazz. You have 58% tickets, 61% cash on the over, and it's flying towards the over. Philly Eagle Flyer cashing that Tigers tied after 2 innings. You are rolling so hot there. And here we go. Saturated says Pacers follow the bed and cover this. Kripke says Jazz on the fade for the rest of the season. Wine time, is there a move here for you?
Nothing for me, although I do, again, lean towards the favorite here in this spot. The Indiana Pacers laying 16 points. Seems like they can do this easily. It seems like they can name their number against this team. I'm not going to get involved in this. I don't want to lay 16 with these game time decisions, but with this spread being like this, makes me anticipate that some of these guys are going to play. Siakam should play, but as of right now, I don't know too much about this game, so I'm going to stay off this game. Don't want to waste too much time on this one.
I guess it is. I guess Pacers do just cover this. I guess we want to see a 17 and everybody in.
Yeah. I mean, it's not super I mean, we're seeing 58% of bets, 61% of money, and it opened up at, let's see, what did it open? 15 and a half. I mean, it is going towards the Indiana Pacers, which makes me think everyone's going to play. And even if everyone doesn't play, the books obviously think that the Pacers could beat these guys by 20 plus.
Okay. I might move on the Pacers.
Me too. I know. I have it written down right here, but not going to do it yet. I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to see what the action's looking like for NBA today, because I officially haven't made one play yet today. It's all with you. I'm capping this card with you in the chat. So we're going to go as we go, and we're going to get the lines that we can get. But the Pacers minus 16 is definitely something I want to move on.
Let's just do our due diligence here on Utah coming off losing by 38 points.
Yeah.
So the last time they lost by 36 points, they came and played Charlotte pretty tough. Now Charlotte's trash. The time before that, now this was at home, they lost by 37 to Memphis, and they played Houston tough and lost by 11. But they had lost 3 straight games by 20 plus there. Let's go to another spot where they got killed. Again, it doesn't work. They got killed by Detroit by 28, but then they played Washington. I guess there's not enough of these opportunities. They weren't getting destroyed like this until recently. The problem is they were just completely embarrassed. But are they capable of doing anything about it? I think it probably makes sense here to move on the Pacers, but wait for the number. And then you have to ask yourself, if you're going to do that due diligence, what do the Pacers do against bad basketball teams? I backed them against the Wizards, 6 weeks ago, and they were horrible. But then we just watched them destroy the Wizards at Washington 162-109, which brings up another point here. This team seems to, not fool around on the road, whereas at home, they can get a little lethargic. But then that Washington game was a road game. I mean, against the worst teams in the league. Okay, I guess I have some interest on the Pacers at 16. I think this is a double-digit number that probably will be covered. Let's go to the Suns, Boston Celtics. This was the first bet I made today. Look, keep it simple, stupid. I told you guys. And look, the Celtics have a great defense. The Celtics are more than capable of picking the player on the floor and saying, we're going to shut them down. But Booker's going to get over 26.5 points. I bet this in the first game without KD. It was just an absolute no sweat situation. And I said to myself, I don't care what the numbers are and who they're playing. Booker is trying to get this team into the play-in. He's playing his hardest out there. And the line is the same as it was. Nothing's changed. 26.5 minus 120 to the over. That's what I bet it at 365. Over at offshore here, and Ronnie Lofton on the same thing with me. I'm curious. It was 2 cents more expensive offshore. I'm curious and I'll look this up on my own time. We don't need to sit here and wait for me to do it, but I'll look up and see if there's any line change there. We know who's going to be in the lineup, which is helpful, except for Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown may be in the lineup, may not be in the lineup. This is questionable with the knee injury. I don't see why he would play. Just get Hauser in there and get Jaylen Brown, make sure he's healthy come playoff time. The Suns are 1-4 of their past 5, 25th fastest pace, 96.60 possessions a game. They're shooting 47.3 from the field and 38.2 from three. They're shooting the ball beautifully, but they're not defending at all. Like, their defense is just horrific. Boston 4-1 over their past 5, 28th fastest pace. So we have two teams with a really slow pace, but they're shooting the ball and they're being efficient with scoring. Now, and Von Polo here on the over, when I look at the pace numbers of these two teams, I think now the problem is they're both being efficient on offense, and Phoenix is not defending well, which should give me pause. But at this pace, you got to be extremely efficient to hit this number. Boston, though, minus 14. They opened up at minus 15, so we had a 1-point move towards the Suns. I imagine the Suns are going to play their hearts out and try really hard. This total is at 225. It has come down from 228. The first time that it dropped so low, it started coming back up again. I wonder if this goes up again. The pace of play is so slow here. Now, Jermaine says Boston didn't cover last game. Usually they do the next time out. Yes, I received a text message last night while I was capping here from LJ. And LJ said, we have a great spot for Boston coming off a home loss with the next game at home. This is a situation here where they're 10-0 straight up. They're 7-3 against the spread. In this situation, they're 4-6, so 6 unders out of 10. But they've beaten up their opponents coming off of a loss. But I don't, they're coming off the 10-game winning streak with that bad loss to the Heat. But I just don't know if they care. If this was game 44, I'd be like, yes, they care. Game 25, of course they care. It'd be a must bet. But here, I don't know if it is. A quick look at the cash flow for this one. We have 43% of tickets, 42% of cash on the Suns, 83 and 82 on the over. Take it away here. Kripke says, I think Suns cover, but no interest betting it. I don't see why I do anything other than Booker. Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, I like where you're going there with Booker because he's definitely going to get off here. This is a tough spot here. Shout out to my guy Nasty Nate in the chat, said Celtics smash. That's where I would be leaning towards in this game. I think Celtics can name their number against the Phoenix Suns here. We've got a lot of high point spreads here, guys, for a reason today. I might move on these here pretty soon. I haven't moved on the Boston Celtics yet. Even with Jaylen Brown out there, I do think they can name their number at home here on a Friday night. I definitely want to move on the Boston Celtics minus 14.5 here. I'm not going to take anything in this game yet. I'm going to wait a little bit, look at the market in this one. Definitely leaning towards the Celtics coming off the loss. It just seems like they can name their number against the Phoenix Suns team that has lost 4 straight. It's really Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, and a couple role players out there doing their thing. And it's 14.5 points for a reason, I think. I'll most likely move on the Boston Celtics minus 14.5 here. I'm going to stay away from this one as of right now, though.
Yeah, I don't. I do think, though, if the Celtics choose and they say, look, we don't want Booker to go for 50. We're going to shut him down, let the other players beat him. I don't think that's a smart thing to do because then you get everybody else involved.
Yeah, you could let Booker score 40 and you're still going to beat them. You could still beat them by 10 plus. You know what I mean?
And you don't get all the pumped up players on the other, you like with Jokic. I really think the best way to defend the Nuggets, let Jokic score as much as he wants. But if everybody else gets hot around him, that's when Nuggets can become unstoppable. So I do kind of like the under. I mean, I see Von Polo on the over, and I don't want to get in the way of what I think is just a casher with Booker over 26.5 points. Now, there is a problem with this bet, and that's if the Celtics do destroy the Suns and Booker doesn't play the fourth. Now, he had 30 by 6 minutes into the third quarter in that first game without KD. So, and Kripke says some of us have Suns resentment. I hear that. So Booker over 26.5 points. And I wanted to just quickly. I said I was going to do that, and I didn't. I'd be curious. I just for confidence reasons, I'd like to see that this. I would like. So it was minus 122 when I moved on it, but I took a minus 120 at 365. I would like to see that this is a minus 129 or something like that. It is minus 123, so it went up a cent. Okay, I do have some marginal interest in the under. Let's move on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, and this is my investment in the NBA card today. Detroit Pistons 42-34, 21-18 on the road. Toronto Raptors 28-49, 17-22 at home. Saturate says either has a monster scoring game or monster assist game, one or the other. Yeah, I hear you, and we sort of just discussed that a bit, but I think he's going to catch this very easily. I think he's going to play hard and show he likes to be the only guy on the floor who gets the ball. He likes it. Like it doesn't, he likes it. All right, let's roll here. Pistons coming off their second straight loss, 119-103 at the Thunder on Wednesday. They have back-to-back games where they've lost by double digits. And Cade Cunningham is expected to be back here. And I talk about this investment. We don't know if he's for sure going to be in. We know that Harris is out, so is Stewart. Harris is out, so it's, Thompson and Duran in the 4-5. And he's listed as questionable, Cade. And this is the first of a back-to-back. Honestly, I could really see a situation where he's not in. I think the line will tell us that at this point. Just because this is the first of a back-to-back for the Pistons. They host Memphis tomorrow. Wouldn't you want to come back at home? So I as much as I've invested in it, I really think there's a chance that he doesn't play tonight. For the Raptors, Pirtle and Quickly are back. They didn't play last night in their loss. But Scotty Barnes is questionable. So he looked terrible last night. So I don't think Scotty Barnes plays today. And that was why I ended up shifting towards Cunningham. Now, he could play today, but I do not think he plays today. And the first time I looked at this line, I immediately wanted to move on the Raptors because they're playing with heart. But now you take Scotty Barnes out. Yes, you bring Pirtle and Quickly in. This total is at 227 flat at most books. It's at 227.5 here, but it is minus 114 to the under and plus 101 to the over. And then when we get to the point spread here, we have an 11. And now I see 11. I see more than that, but this opened up at 11 and it moved to 12. I had the chance to move on at 12. I had, got cold feet. And now we're back at 11. I would like so. Sharp Books Offshore moved it to 11.5. Not our main one that we're using, but the second sharpest book in my estimation moved it to 11.5, and they moved it back to 11.5 at 12:35 here. So that is the line history and the cash flow here, and then we'll hand it over. So I moved on Cade Cunningham unders. I really think this is our wheelhouse. Now, Saturate says I've noticed RJ Barrett does the zigzag thing, gonna fade him or take quickly. There's just no reason here at all. No reason at all for now. You want to get right. The Pistons need to get right, but there's no reason for Cade Cunningham to play 30 minutes if he does play. And there's a real opportunity with the Pistons coming off back-to-back margin losses that they try hard, and you don't need Cade in the fourth quarter. So I've invested in his unders. The 26.5 that I bet is now minus 125 to the under. I got minus 115, so I only moved 10 cents. Excuse me. And then the under 41.5 PRA is now 40.5. So I think this is all falling into place. I think this is a great bet. Detroit's playing at 17th fastest pace, 98.4 possessions a game, shooting 46.6 from the field and 39.9 from three. Toronto is playing at the 5th fastest place. Remember, they were playing at the 2nd fastest place. They have slowed down a little bit in the last couple games, shooting 45 from the field and 37.6 from three. My man AOD in the house. And yeah, I'm on Cade Cunningham under, and I think it's sharp. I really do. Take it away, my man. One time, Pistons, Raptors.
Yeah, Tigers take the 2-1 lead. They got 2nd and 3rd now with 1 out after the pass ball. Let's keep it going, guys. But yeah, I'm on the Pistons here in this spot, Jim. I'm going to move on them. What's the best number you can get me right now? Can you find me an 11 anywhere? Because I can't find 11 anywhere.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah. Lots of 11s.
What's the price?
No VIG. This is 11 regular stuff. The best line I can give you is Detroit minus 11, and that's at minus 106.
Wow.
And by the way, this was down to minus 101 2 hours ago.
Wow. Okay, yeah, I'm going to move on that officially. My first play given out today. I'm going to be on the Detroit Pistons. I think Scotty Barnes doesn't play, and I think Cade Cunningham does. Not saying Cade's going to go over his PRA by any means. I just think that the Pistons have the advantage on the floor here, and maybe they're up by so many points in the fourth quarter. Cade doesn't even play. If Cade does play, I expect him not to play 30 minutes by any means here in this situation. There should be no reason why he does play 30 minutes. I would say maybe 25 minutes. But I'm going to be on the Pistons here. I think this is going to be a smash and grab. I think this is going to be early and often, and this could be a potential first half type spot as well. But I'm just going to stay with my full game here. I'm not going to get too cute with it, and just move on the double-digit favor here in the Detroit Pistons, a team that's treated me well this season in certain situations. Looking at the market, 37% of bets, about 45% of money. Last time I looked, it's right in my wheelhouse. The line's moving towards them here. Give me the Detroit Pistons minus 11, minus 106. I'm going to make that official right now.
2 losses back-to-back, by margin here. And, it's a pick your poison kind of thing, but I imagine the Pistons would rather play the Pacers than the Knicks. And all they have to do is win a couple games. The Bucks are a mess. So do you agree they'd rather play the Pacers than the Knicks?
I mean, I would rather face the Pacers than the Knicks with that healthy Jalen Brunson out there for sure. Because we know when it comes to playoff time, the Knicks, if they're healthy, their guys, starters are going to be able to go so many minutes a game. These guys are going to be able to go 35 plus minutes a game. They can play the whole game if they need to. I think the Pistons would definitely match up better with the Pacers as well.
And I like the under here, but I also want Barnes defending if I'm on the under and shooting poorly.
Yeah, I expect Barnes to be. I'm hoping that Barnes is out for this one. That's what I'm hoping that he's out for this one. So,
Rob Free in the house. Free bands play number 1 is Miles Bridges over 19.5 points. Miles Bridges over 19.5 points. Which reminds me, there's tons of action here from our cappers in the chat that I've been copying and pasting throughout that we haven't gone over. Stacks play of day number 1 is the Andy Diaz over 1.5 bases. His play of day number 2 is coming up, and I'm right with him. We got trilogy plays of the day. We got lots of great action here from the cappers in the chat. So I just wanted to go once over and make sure that we have them all. And don't forget, we have a birthday pick, and Jose needs one as well for Nevaeh. It's her birthday today. Osby's daughter celebrating her birthday. So we need birthday picks here. All right, let's roll on to the next spot on the board, but that's a double up for me. Cade out. Saturate says the biggest obstacle to Duran is usually foul trouble. His aggression early can snake bite him. So let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 8 p.m. Eastern. Saturated Chicago Bulls at home, United Center, where they're just 15-23 at home, facing the Portland Trail Blazers. Again, it's very important for the Bulls to win. They're a half game back of Miami Heat with a game in hand. I don't know who holds the tiebreaker in that offhand, but it doesn't look like they're going to catch the Hawks, but the Hawks have lost 2 straight. So you don't want to be the 10th seed. The Bulls were the 10th seed last time, so we shall see here. Saturated says, giddy up. Here, giddy. Portland Trailblazers on the second half back-to-back after winning their second game in a row, 112-103 last night at Toronto. Shout out to the Sweaty Butcher celebrating his 41st birthday yesterday. That was his prime cut. I joined him. I got 1 point worse I got the 4.5 and cashed it. And I thought quite easy. I had Klingon over 20.5 PRA. He had 10 in the first 7 minutes. He only got to 24 or some shit like that, but I was very comfortably going to cash it all game long. And another thing that I keep picking up on is when you have a talented center, Klingon 7th overall pick, when he goes up against, this was Orlando Robinson, but you go up against, an afterthought, or maybe not, it's their assists. They go over. When you go up against Bismack Biyombo, it's these, Jonas Valanciunas had what, 6 assists, 7 assists. Like, you can catch these guys really flat-footed, and Klingon did that yesterday. But his rebounds went for 13 boards as well. But I want to keep an eye on it. 3-1 Tigers now. Let's go. Saturated says Kobe White puntos, Matas Buzelis puntos, and Giddy whatever. So Portland is on the final game of a tough 5-game road trip. Their play and hopes are on the line. You have Scoot Henderson concussed, which just breaks my heart. Now, I want him in that lineup so badly. I don't see how he could possibly go. Look, we love Delano Banton up here, but we don't really want to watch him on the floor. I don't think Jeremy Grant plays again. I'm shocked that DeAndre Ayton is a game-time decision. Makes no sense. I mean, he's not playing another game. So we don't think Grant's going to play again for the rest of the year, but he's a game-time decision. Simons has this forearm contusion. He's missed 2 straight games. It sucks, man. It sucks here, because this team is playing with a ton of effort, and you can tell that Chauncey wants to go. Kamara hurt himself last night. You need Tumani's defense. He's not going to play tonight after hurting his ankle. So it's all Shaden Sharp all the time. And now I guess you could say, look, it's Denny Avdia who's going to go off, but you're asking so much of Avdia, and now Thibault gets to start. I like when Thibault does start. We're asking for. I mean, how do they not just get destroyed here on the final game of the? I mean, at some point you got to say, look, we're exhausted, we're beaten up. Now, I do want to see, is anybody going to come in? Like, is there a chance? Because if Scoot was like, look, I'm here, boys, let's go. I mean, that would be a huge pump up for the team. If Simons came and said, let's go, guys, let's do this, it'd be a huge one. But I just don't see that happening. So I imagine they're going to get absolutely annihilated here in this basketball game. When you're exhausted, you're giving it all effort, and now you're just going to get destroyed. So that's my thought process here in this game. Let's take a look at the line history. Again, these Bulls are on so the Portland's on the 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel, second half back-to-back, final game of 5-game road trip. I mean, how horrific is that? And Chicago comes out beating up on the Raptors 137-118. Chicago is playing well, the fastest pace in the entire league. How are the Blazers going to handle that pace with this roster we don't think anyone's going to be in the lineup? I mean, it just feels like they're just going to give in. Now, here's another thing, though. The Kings game is an hour before. And what if Charlotte's up 10 or 15? It's a pretty easy angle for Chauncey to get everything out of this basketball team. So it might also be a spot where you want to wait just to understand who's going to be in the lineup and who isn't. This total opened up at 239.5. It's down to 235. The Blazers have been playing, at a slow pace, and it's 12th here, but over the last couple of games, it's been slowing down. And that 12th is just 99.7 possessions a game. I mean, we're talking about a team that's getting 6 more possessions a game than them in the Bulls. And then when we get to the point spread here, we have Portland +6. It just doesn't feel like it's enough. They opened up at 5. It's moved to 6. But again, what if one of these guys are in? What if somebody's in? That would change everything for me. Take it away here. Wine time, Blazers, Bulls.
Yeah, Jim, this is going to be my second play today. I'm going to make official. I'm going to be on the Bulls here in this situation. I think I'm going to I got a -6 here at a -110 here. I just think the Bulls are maybe playing for a little bit more here. They want to keep moving up in the standings. 2 games back from that 8th spot. 3 games back from that 7 spot. We'll see if they can get there. But the Bulls just been playing some inspiring basketball the last couple games, and this kind of line moving towards 6 kind of makes me think that Simons isn't going to play in this game. I know he's questionable. Just really has me scratching my head because this is a winnable game for the Blazers. If they can get it done, they still have a chance. But for some reason, I don't think Simons is going to give it a go here in this spot, which is why we're seeing the line move. What did this open up at, Jim? A 4.5?
Well, a 5 at night, when it came out, but 4.5 when it came out in the afternoon.
Yeah, this seems like a bull smash spot here. I'm going to go on the Bulls -6, -110 here in this spot. I just think they have the team to do it here, and they're playing at home. Blazers kind of indicating that Simons isn't going to play, I think, in this spot. I mean, if he does play, the line's probably going to go back down to maybe like a 5. But I can get a 6 here with the Bulls, which I think is the better team here. I'm going to take the Bulls -6 here, -110. Yeah, that's going to be my second official play.
Huh. We're getting no information from the beat writers. So it's I mean, you're probably right. They're not going to. Who comes in the 5th game, final game of a road trip? The pace is going to destroy the Blazers. They're exhausted.
Yeah.
I guess I should just move on it too. I hate doing it, but I guess I should tail that. Wine time moving on the Bulls -6. I don't see how the Blazers have a chance. Again, though, can we get a Willis Reed moment? Because this team needs it so badly. So badly. Justin McKelvey rolling with me on these player props. I don't want to bet them. I try so hard not to bet them. And my ROI has been very strong with player props this year. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. We got the NBA play of the day here. So from Ronnie Crawford. So it looks like spreadsheet and stacks boulevard, and not just spreadsheet and stacks. We also have Dougie Wise free bands play of the day. So that's coming up here shortly, and I've bet it as well. So a lot of us on that spot. But let's move on to the next spot on the board. And we get to our guy, LJ from H-Town's next spot on the board. Obviously, I like hearing LJ crush it for 2.5 minutes, but we got a short clip here of our guy, LJ. LJ from H-Town. And this one is appealing, and we'll break it all down. But we got the Trill OG play of the day, Houston Rockets +6.
Yo. Sports radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, make a bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cap. Fly out the Denver for the Nugget fans, so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh.
Nothing to play for. Shout out to LJ from H-Town. Nothing to play for at all for the Oklahoma City Thunder. We saw they've won 11 straight games. We saw the Celtics 10 straight wins. Nothing to play for at all against a team that had a lot to play for. And the Heat took them out by margin. Here, can the Houston Rockets do the same? And another thing is, you could say that the Rockets don't have anything to play for. That's a bit of a problem. They're now 3 games up on the Nuggets, but we expect the Nuggets to win tonight. And I think Udoka could easily say that to the squad. He could say, look, if you lose this game, Nuggets are 2 games back. If you get that second seed, you're going to play a really tough basketball team, man, which we think is going to be, you know what? You could play the Grizzlies. You could play the Grizzlies and just take them out easily. But you could also play the Wolves or the Clippers. I imagine that the Clippers will end up on the 7th seed. The Wolves will end up on the 6th seed. The Warriors will end up in the 5th seed. That's how I imagine this that will fall through. OKC, last 5 games, second fastest pace in the NBA, 104.9 possessions a game, shooting incredibly well. 49.8 from the field and 45.6 from 3. Phenomenal. Houston 4-1, won 4 of their last 5, playing at 7th fastest pace, 100.9 possessions a game, 49 from the field and 38 from 3. They just annihilated the Jazz on Friday. Oh, I said Friday here. It was Wednesday or God, I don't know why I wrote Friday there. Sloppy note taking. Let's get into the line history here. We have a 6, a flat 6. This opened up at 7. We have a 1-point move towards the Houston Rockets. 1-point move towards the Rockets. And then on the total here. Now, when I first capped this game, I thought this was Udoka's chance for his team to match up against the best team in the league, even if the best team in the league doesn't have, or best team in the West doesn't have motivation. This total's gone from 231.5 to 228. That's how I thought the coaching angle would be. I thought the coaching angle would be like, let's test ourselves against the Thunder. We're the 2nd seed in the Western Conference. Let's test ourselves. I didn't think that the Rockets didn't have anything to play for either. I was just, looking at the stats and seeing that there were 3 games clear. Sean Pulliam says Houston first quarter here. Sterling Gentry on Hartenstein for 6 boards. Van Fleet for 4 assists and Holmgren for 6 boards. And Rob Freeban says, if you guys can get Quentin Post over 1.5 3-pointers on your books, his offshore is an offer. Bet it. Amen Thompson over 22.5 points and boards for Ronnie Lofton. So let's get into the cash flow and hand it over to Wine Time. Cash flow wise here, 67% of the tickets, 58% of cash on the Thunder. The Rockets only have 33 and 42. This has got to be a bet Rocket spot. 90 and 87 on the over. I do not think the Thunder are sitting there going, I don't think Dagnon's sitting there going, we got to show the number 2 seed in the West who we are. I don't think any of that shit's going on. Take it away, Wine Time, Thunder Rockets.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup right here. These are 2 good teams that are going to be into the playoffs. They're going to have higher seeds that have had some high expectations this season. Both pretty young squads. Rockets got some vets over there with them. They got a really good head coach. Both these teams got really good head coaches. This is a tough matchup. Rockets being at home here. I like the market right now from what I'm looking at. If I'm looking at the bet percentage and stuff, but line keeps moving towards OKC Thunder in this spot, which has me off this game. I've got nothing on this game as of right now.
So you have the line moving towards the Thunder?
What did this line open up at, Jim? I got a 5.5.
No, but I just have it's gone from +7 to +6.
Okay, then I thought it opened up at a minus. I got OKC -5.5 open up, and now it's at a -6. I could be wrong though. Let me see here. Let me look really quick. OKC. Yeah, right now it's sitting at a -6, -110. I don't know. This is a tough spot. These are 2 good teams. I don't want to get in the way of either of these guys right here. I don't know who's playing for what. Both these teams are already high up in the standings. You mentioned if Denver wins right here, they're only 2 games back from the Rockets. I'm going to stay. This is a pass for me. I got nothing in this game. If these teams see each other in the playoffs, this is definitely going to be a good 7-game series.
Houston Rockets for me. I'm going to roll with LJ. I want the 6. I'm going to bet this as soon as this show ends immediately. So I think this is Thunder have no reason to, SGA of over 7.5 a foul line baskets or foul shots for saturated. And then Robert Franklin on the other side, OKC -6. So let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 8 p.m. Eastern. The Cleveland Cavaliers 61-15, 28-10 on the road. San Antonio Spurs 32-44, 19-19 at home. We're at Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, Texas. The Spurs actively trying to lose. They have a Shohan out, so we'll get Biyombo. And then Bassie and Johnson. I wonder if this is a spot to put this assist thing in play, whether it be, Jared Allen. Maybe Mobley is the right guy for it. But then I don't want to get caught up in Biyombo thinking he's going to play 25 minutes. I don't think that will happen here. So, but Biyombo at the 5 has to be taken advantage of here with the team not trying at all. You have Keldon Johnson probable, so Keldon Johnson will be in. What a crazy line move in that win over Denver. I was thinking about that all night. I was like, of course Jokic wasn't going to play after the 61 triple-double. And you could have got the Spurs at +400 on the money line. Even before the game, it went all the way down to +125. It's just a huge, huge move. Cavs coming off their 5th win in 6 games, 124-105 at home over the Knicks on Wednesday. It's just such an honest group. They just give you their all every game. And it takes a little time. It took time for them to show their superiority over a Knicks team playing without Brunson. They're playing at the 10th fastest pace. The Cavs 4-1, 100.2 possessions a game, shooting beautifully, 50.2 from the field, 36 from 3. Spurs shooting 36.5 from 3, but just 44.8 from the field. And they start a 4-game road trip on Sunday in Portland. So, I mean, are they thinking about that? Let's take a look at the line history here. I'm not sure what he ended up with, but he had a monster one. That was clearly leaving free throws made. Yeah, free throws hit, whatever I said it wrong. But that was clearly me leaving money on the table, and it was frustrating. And again, the jealousy and anger gets in my way when the line moves, and I haven't bet it yet, and it's stupid. Here we go. We have the Cavs minus 13 at minus 104. They opened up minus 14. So we had a 1-point move towards the Spurs. That Knicks line didn't move at all. So a 1-point move here towards the Spurs. A 241.5 minus 107 to the minus 107 to the over. So this has not moved at all on the total. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 39% of tickets and 53% of cash on the Spurs. I guess you could say it's sharp money moving into points. 63 and 62 on the over. Take it away one time. Any interest in this one?
No interest for me in this game right here. If I had a lean, it would be a lean towards the San Antonio Spurs with a slight move towards them. I'm going to stay away from this spot, though, honestly. I don't want to take a plus 13 here with the Spurs. Spurs actively, like you said, losing here. You got Stephon Castle, you got Devin Vassell out there. Outside of there, you got a 40-year-old and Chris Paul. Biyombo was on his way out of the league. He's now starting for them right here. I don't know. This is a hard pass for me. Nothing for me in this game whatsoever, because I think the Cavs could name their number here. At the same time, they might not try too much here. Maybe they pull their guys early and the Spurs can get a backdoor cover. Nothing for me in this one.
It's funny because you also don't want the Cavs first half because they kind of impose their will on their opponents late. And if we go back to their last few road games, they've not looked that good. They lose at the Pistons. They beat the Blazers 122-111, and that there was some calls there late that went against the Blazers that could have been very different. They beat up on the Jazz, but who cares? They lose at the Suns. They lose at the Kings. They lose at the Clippers. So I guess you're right. I guess we're stuck. And then I don't want to sit here and think Castle's going to have just another monster game. And we found the right time to back them. And with Sarr's no-show last night, I mean, Castle's going to get Rookie of the Year. So I guess you're right. Let's move on to the next spot on the board because we have a lot in this one. First off, our guy, Justin McKelvey. We got the Stacks play of the day number 2 on the Denver Nuggets. Stacks. And we also have Ron Crawford on the Denver Nuggets spreadsheet play of the day. Then we have free bands play of the day from Dougie Wise on the Denver Nuggets. And I am also on the Denver Nuggets. And I was late to the party. 1-0 Red Sox, by the way.
Yep.
1-0 Red Sox. And they were really threatening for a big inning, but there was just a
pop out right now to the shortstop. There's going to be 2 outs with second and third.
Infield fly here. I'm in big trouble. Big trouble in Little China here for me. Nasty Nate.
What did you move on this game again, Jim? In the Red Sox?
First 3 and first 5. Okay. So talking Nuggets, Golden State Warriors. I got the plus 100, 10:30 this morning, 10:30 Eastern. Let's take a look at what's going on with the line movement now. We have this total at 236.5 at a pick'em. It opened up at 233.5, so a 3-point move towards the over. When we get to the point spread here, we have the Warrior. Well, let's go to the money line because that's what I moved on here. Let's go over here on the money line. Denver right now minus 102. That was exactly what they were when I moved on this. Wow, and there had been a move back to the Warriors. I didn't know that. Wow. Look at this. So it's minus 102 here. I got the plus 100. And then it moved in my favor, a couple cents to -104, and then it started moving away from me. There was a 10-cent move towards the Warriors. Jesus, more than that. The Warriors got it to -119. Wow. Now we're back at the -102. So we have had a move towards the Golden State Warriors here. And I don't understand how there could be. Nate, yeah, man. No, you nailed it so far. You tried to warn me. Was that just the first out of the inning?
Was it? I think there's. I'm not sure. I thought that was
That
two.
was just the first out of the inning.
Oh wow!
Good God. Still a
One,
big inning set here, capable of a big. God damn! I should have just listened to nasty Nate here. All right, let's move on to. We have a walk in the Cubbies game. It's 3-1 Tigers. So here, I didn't want to bet that Lakers Warriors game. I know a lot of you guys were on the Lakers. Ron Crawford was on the Warriors. I felt it was a coin flippy situation. That line wasn't moving off the 1.5. I was amazed. How could the Warriors step up here, finishing off their 4-game road trip, knowing that the Nuggets are waiting for them at home? I just couldn't figure it out. I couldn't get it. And now this is an even worse situation for the Warriors. And this time I'm not afraid of pulling the trigger. The Warriors are shooting the ball, okay. 45.9 from the field, 35.7 from 3, 21st fastest pace. The Denver Nuggets here, 50.4 from the field, 35 from 3. Who cares about that loss? What just happened?
Hit it over the monster. 4-0.
Jesus Christ. All right, Nasty Nate. I'm going to pay the cost of God. All right, that's fine. Let's get that Tigers -1.5. And oh, look at that celebration. Okay. You guys deserve it. Oh, God. I'll tell you what says I knew it was screwed to win the game. Okay, but here we have the Nuggets coming off the game Wednesday. They flew to California yesterday. They're sitting here and waiting. 4-1 Tigers. Okay, well, at least. God damn it. So here we go. Let's take a look at the cash flow and hand it over to our guy, Wine Time Sports. 30% of the tickets, 31% of the cash on the spread on the Nuggets, 36% of tickets, 38% of the cash on the money line on the Nuggets. Look, this is perfect to me. This is a perfect situation. Everybody just watched, Curry go for 50 plus and hit 12 threes. And then they watch the Warriors go into crypto and beat the Lakers. This is perfect. It's perfect, I think. Take it away here for us, Wine Time, Nuggets, Warriors.
Yeah, it's back-to-back home runs for the Boston Red Sox, 5-0. Goddamn. 4-1 Tigers, though. I'm on the Nuggets here with you guys. I'm moving on officially. I'm on the money line here. I can get -110 here at my book. I'm going to move on that right now. Warriors, coming off a good game against the Lakers last night. Lakers had a chance to get back in that game. They were exchanging buckets in the final couple minutes. It was a good ball game to watch, man. It was crazy. A lot of three-pointers were made. A lot of crazy shots were made. I think the Nuggets are going to want this game a little bit more than the Warriors. Warriors, one of the hottest teams in basketball right now, though. But I'm going to be on the Nuggets here. I'm on the Nuggets money line -110. I wish I would have got in earlier. I would have got a better number, but that's the best number I can get right now at my book. So I'm going to give that out. Money line -110.
Yeah, I mean, talking about 10 cents. No, not too big of a deal. I like it. I think this was a perfect situation here. Perfect situation. All right, let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. 2 games left on today's show, and then we camel race. Pelicanos, Lakers next up for us. New Orleans Pelicans, 21-55, 7-31 on the road. Lakers, 46-30, 29-10 at home. We're Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. It's too bad the Lakers didn't beat the Warriors, because then it would be my new patented first quarter team total under. That's 2-0 in the last 2 days. And here, I couldn't do that because the Lakers are probably nonplussed. And when we get into where they stand right now, second half back-to-back, the Pelicans did exactly what I wanted them to do against the Clippers. The Clippers didn't score a point for the first 3 minutes. I mean, say what you want about how bad the Pelicans are. You got Grand Theft at the 1, Bruce Brown 2. Those are good defenders. They're good defenders. And, the Clips get a lot of their offense from that 2 and the 3 spot. So here we go. Let's break this one down. And then the question is, and we know the answer, the Lakers are in a tight spot and have to win. They have to have home court advantage, whether that be the 4 seed or the 3 seed. There is This is a very, very important game for them to win. Saturated said they don't look good recently. Well, here's their opportunity to get right. Let's get into the line history here and then hand it over to wine time. We have the Lakers at -14 and -113. They opened up at 14 -106, 7 cents of movement towards them. Of course, second half of back-to-back, so you want to have an idea of who will be in the lineup. Everybody's supposed to be in, and of course, Kleber out, so no change. The lineups are set here for both teams, so there doesn't seem to be any surprises. And the Lakers know how important this basketball game is. When we get to the total, this is a 221.5 at a pick'em. It opened up at 219. We've climbed 2.5 points. I think that's probably 5-1 Tigers. I love it. I think that's another sign that they're ready to deliver here. And when we get to the cash flow, we have 75% of the tickets, 66% of cash, so it's public. 92 and 90 on the over. Take it away one time. Your Lakers in effect here. Are they like Rex in effect? Are they going to take care of business? Do you think they're going to shut this bad basketball team down? Take it away.
I don't have enough trust in my heart with the Lakers here to lay this kind of number here, even against a team like the Pelicans that's down a lot of their star players. They still got guys like Bruce Brown and Alvarado, as you mentioned, that can play defense, that definitely can play hard and try hard when they want to. I do think the Lakers win this game. I don't know if I can necessarily lay 14.5 with them right now. Austin Reeves coming off a good game yesterday. I think he hit like 9 3-pointers, absolutely wild. Luka couldn't hit a 3-pointer to save his life yesterday. That's ultimately cost the Lakers the game. I know he was at least 0 for 7 from 3. I'm not sure what the exact number was, but this is a stay away from me. Couldn't even say Lakers money line in a parlay because it's just not worth it. It's just not enough value in them here, and I'm not going to trust them to beat the Pelicans by 15 plus points. Although I do think they can. I do think there's a lot of mismatches on the court, but I just don't think they're necessarily trying to beat these guys by that many points. So I'm going to stay away from this game. This is a pass for me. Pelicans, if they want to try hard in this one and maybe stay in the game, I think they can, but I don't think they win this game by any means. Lakers win this game, but I don't know if they cover the spread. This is just too many points for me to take here.
The Lakers haven't had a laugher since March 17th when they beat the Spurs by 16 at home. Don't they need one?
Yeah, I mean, for their confidence. I know JJ Redick has got to be in their ear. I mean, he looked pretty pissed off in these post-game interviews lately. He's got to be in their ear to these guys saying that they've got to win these games and not even make it close because you can't afford to take a loss to the Pelicans here. They simply can't. They need to put their foot on the gas pedal early and often and not take it off here. I just can't take them to beat this team by 15 plus points here. There's something I just can't pull the trigger on it.
Yes, saturated. We're showing our age. Rex in effect. I'm going to be on the Lakers -14. I think they need a dominant performance from everybody. I think they empty the bench. I think everybody steps up. So Lakers -14 for me. I think they're just going to, and I think they need to just annihilate the opposition here. I think they need it. Now it's second half back-to-back, but I think it all makes sense to me here. Let's move on to our final spot on the board. Dallas Mavericks, 38-39, 17-22 on the road at the LA Clippers, 44-32, 26-11 at home. We're into Intuit Dome in Inglewood, California. Dallas 3-2 over the past 5, fastest pace in the NBA, 101.20 possessions a game, shooting 49.5 from the field and 38.1 from 3. Clippers playing good basketball, 4-1 for the past 5, 22nd fastest pace, but shooting 50.1 from the field and 42.1 from 3. They were in a really bad spot, just a horrible spot against the Pelicans. And they took care of business and comfortably won. They covered the first quarter, even though they didn't score for the first 3 minutes. And they needed the break. They didn't really get one. They did have yesterday off, which is, helpful. That was a grueling road trip that they won 3 of 4. New York, Brooklyn, Cleveland was their only loss by 5, beat Orlando, and then covered against the Pelicanos. Kawhi went for 28. Harden had 10 assists. And then we know that they have to win these basketball games. This is a crucial spot for them. The Mavericks, they're going to be in. The Kings and Suns, no one's going to take it from them. So they're going to host that first game. It doesn't look like they can move, but they probably want to keep playing well. Probably. Let's get into the line history here for this one. These Dallas Mavericks have stepped up of late. That was a huge game winner by AD against an Atlanta Hawks team that needed to win. And they're trying. This total is at 226. It's minus 107 to the over. It opened up at 224, the 2-point move towards the over. And then when we get to the money line, the point spread here, we have the Dallas Mavericks at plus 11 at minus 112. This has gone from 8.5. This is moving quickly. So does that mean AD is out? He's a game time decision. God, he must be out, right? I mean, why would they move that much?
Yeah, this line can't move this much if he's playing, honestly.
Wow. Okay. He's still listed as questionable. I don't know if anybody else has AD being in or out here. And Toby Lane says tomorrow's a smash spot. Mavs even money line. They rest Davis today to win one tomorrow in Dallas. That's an interesting angle because they only need a couple more wins to lock in that 9th seed. Obviously, no chance at the 8th seed. So you need that home floor in that first game. So for these Mavericks, 2 nights straight at the Clippers, they face the Lakers back at home on Wednesday. So they get a nice break after this as well. Take it away, one time, our last game on the board.
Nothing for me in this one, Jim, although it does indicate to me that Anthony Davis probably won't be in for this one, seeing this line movement towards the Clippers. Clippers need to win this game here. I think they could beat these guys by 10 plus if Anthony Davis is not in this lineup. Looking like the Clippers are completely healthy here. This is a good group while healthy. Clippers are a good team when they've got a healthy 5 out there, when Kawhi is healthy out there, when you got James Harden, Powell as well. We've seen Powell play well this season at times, and we've seen him, since when he came back from that injury, he played a little, he wasn't playing at the high level that he was, but he can easily get there again. They've got some good defenders and Dunn over there. I like the Clippers here in this spot, although I'm not going to move on them because I just think it's too many points, but I do think it's for a reason. I think Anthony Davis is going to be out of this one, but we don't have a confirmed on that yet, so I'm going to stay away from this game.
But, I mean, even if he's announced out, I feel like it's gone too far here. But the Clippers, if he's out, why would this not be an over? There's not going to be much defense played. The Clippers now have their second game at home. There's a reason why this is moving up.
Yeah, it's moving up too.
Why wouldn't this just be nobody cares about this basketball game over?
This could be a sneaky over. Looking at the market right now too, the percentages, what is it, 79 on the over, and it's moving towards the over right now. You mentioned not a lot of defense being played without Anthony Davis out there, so I could definitely see an over spot here.
I think I'm gonna bet it. I think that the Clippers, fool around, and it's LA. So what's to stop Clay for hitting 5-6 threes? Going. Okay, I'm gonna move on that over. When you win in a sport, you start making smarter and sharper decisions. 6-1 my last 2 days here. I want to crush this NBA card today. Let's review action here. I think I may move on the Pacers minus 16. It's crazy saying that out loud.
Yeah.
The Suns, I'm just going to leave it to Booker. Although the Suns team total under is probably a look because the Celtics were just gashed for 124 points against the Heat. What can you control? You can control your defense. And the Suns are not defend, but maybe it just gets too lazy of a basketball game. I'll think about that on my own, but I'm thinking of the Sun Booker over, but Suns team total over or under. In fact, that's the kind of non-correlated parlay that, just like as a little rec bet, I wouldn't tweet or anything that might be interesting. So but I've already bet the Booker over single, but maybe and then the Suns team total under. Okay. And then, at that point you don't need to add much. You could just add Boston money line. But Pistons minus 11 at minus 106 for Wine Time. That's how he gets his card started. Wine Time on the Bulls minus 6 and minus 110. I want to bet that as soon as the show's over. I'm going to be on the Rockets. +6. I hope it's still +6. I'm going to bet it as soon as I can. Cleveland, San Antonio, we have stayed off. Wine Time's on the Nuggets, -110. I'm on the Nuggets. Stacks, Dougie Wise, spreadsheet. Lakers -14, I'm going to be on as well. And then the over in Dallas, LA Clippers. Is there anything else you're looking to add?
That's it for now. The Pacers -16 was definitely another look for me. Haven't moved on it quite yet. I don't know if I'm going to. I've got these 3 plays locked in right now. I'm going to stick with those. I might tweet out the Pacers -16 later, though. We'll see.
Saturated. And Saturated going to be on Norman Puntos. Sterling Gentry, Reeves, 4 assists. Braun, 8 assists. Brown Jr., 10 points. Reeves, 10 points. Alvarado, 10 points in the NOLA Lakers game. What human type work from our Wine Time Sports, putting in hours to get paid and get us paid in full. You're a class act, a great friend of the show, my man, a great friend of all of ours. Thank you for putting in all this work and all this hustle. I truly hope that you get richly rewarded this evening for all the effort that you've put in, my man. And Kripke says Mavs with AD back in the lineup. Now, Kripke, they're back-to-back tonight in LA. So there's just been a 3.5-point move towards the Clippers. We don't have the announcement that AD's out of the lineup, but I would be very concerned that is the case. So just keep that info, and not saying that you're wrong, just saying keep that info, especially the AD back in the lineup thing. Wine Time. I'm going to pop your X handle in the chat. Please support our guy, Wine Time Sports. And I love capping with you, man. Thank you for all that you do for us. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Yeah, man, I needed this show. Had to work the last 5 days. I was so excited to break down this card with you guys, man. This is what I want to do. Love doing this with you guys, man. Shout out to everyone in the chat showing all the love. Now it's just time to sit back and get paid today, guys. We're looking good on these Tigers. It's a long game. Hopefully these Cardinals can get back in this game. It's baseball. Anything can happen. So shout out to you guys. Shout out to Pub Sports Radio, Jose, Jimmy, Slaughter, all you guys, man. Love doing this. See you guys tomorrow on the starting 5. Make sure to check us out 10:45 on the East Coast. Final 4, man. This is a big weekend for college basketball, so I'm looking forward to it, man.
Respect. Our guy, Wine Time Sports in the house. Sweaty Butcher also joining us. Sweaty Butcher, we need to know prime cut. It was great rocking with you on the Blazers yesterday on your 41st birthday. Saturday saying you taking giddy. We need to know, Butch. We need to know what Sweaty Butcher is up to. And let's bring back our guy, Mr. Jose Bouquett. Jose, Nasty Nate, very disappointed in us.
Yeah, I'm nonplussed. Admittedly.
Yeah.
It's annoying because I feel like I'm obviously relying just too much on the market, it seems, and not believing in the Red Sox are the best team in the American League. They should destroy a shitty Cardinals team that is not going to make the playoffs.
I think it's a very important point that you bring up, because why would we trust the market in the first 2 weeks of the year?
Yeah, it's
there's no data.
It feels dumb right now. It's just very frustrating. These 2 back-to-back days. Well, I can't even say 2, but just 3 losing days, and it just feels like I'm letting my market overlord just fuck me in the face right now. But let's go Phillies, which is also market-based, I guess.
Sir Mackey says, tell him, Jimmy, look, I made the same mistake. I'm making the same mistake. So, sometimes I say things to my friends out loud just so I can hear them.
I'm used to that. Yeah, you get used to that, as you know, Jimmy, as well. He'll just say some things, and then you'll be like, that wasn't for me. That was just for him.
I guess so. All right, there you go. It is time to race camels. And the winner can turn this $50 into $1,000 by winning our NHL playoff pool. When he comes coming here firing shots. We have our playoff pool. The video will be out. Everything will be up. You'll be able to sign up. But the winner of this camel race won't need to sign up. Whoop. And this is also the kind of pool where if you're not even an NHL capper, you can still win this pool, man. Your 20 players. You pick 20 players. And you go to war. You don't need to change it after the first week. Your 20 players, stay your 20 players, and you go to war with them.
I learned a lot doing it last year, and I'm going to be back in it this year. I've learned a lot. It's going to be fun.
And Jose, I offer you this again. If you beat me, I will pay for your Cool. So I will send you the $50 if you beat me.
No problem. Apparently, I can't have my leg up because I'm going to show everyone my balls. I've had there's 3 comments consecutively. That means I got to put my leg down. No.
Mr. Belvedere says you wearing Crocs, the least surprising thing of today's show.
Come on. Who's I feel like such
Kev
a
Reed.
dickhead. Thank you. Kev Reed. I can't fucking remember Kev's name. But yeah, Kev Reed got me these Crocs. They're great Crocs, and it's a great time. Shout out to Kev Reed.
Yeah, shout out to wooden shoes everywhere. You make them look classy, Jose. All right, let's race. Let's race, my friend. Let's camel race.
77 of these things out.
We're climbing back up. We want to get to 100. We need to get to 100 because then I can maybe go to Jeff and say we got to add to our winnings. 77, and we thank you all very, very much. And I hope we have Johnny Guns. I hope one of our winners in this week and next week that gets free entry into the playoff pool cashes it. So let's race, my friend.
Let's race indeed. The Sport of Sheiks. Camel racing is off. Here we go. Truth Teller, Barry Roselle, Joseph Thompson, all in the mix here. Lil Domo, Pulapalooza alumni now in the mix here. Dutch Boy Fresh, alumni of losing his luggage in San Antonio, also in the mix here. There's our guy T, man who sleeps in the studio often, in the mix here. Big O also in the mix here. Jimmy, your favorite, who's taking it home?
We got Mr. Culmer there as well. Shout out to Sammy Culmer. We miss you. The new worker making a power move. And here comes Boogie Main, Johnny Guns, TJ Helga trying to get involved in this. Randall Sheffield, Julian Cesario. Nutflush has taken that long neck and stuck it out in front. But here comes the Truth Teller. And here comes K-Wolf. Look at that camel go. Look at that camel go. But it might not be enough. We have all the camels fighting for this. Which neck is going to get there first? And it is Jason Meyer, the El Dorado custodian. Jason Meyer, the El Dorado custodian. So let me just write this on the top of my worksheet for our free entry into our playoff pool. We have El Dorado custodian. He's won a few times here. Jason Meyer. And we have Johnny Guns.
Oh my God. Gerald Jones saying what race? Don't fucking Gerald, do not tell me we did that for an audience of 2. Gerald, do not give me that PTSD and tell me we did that for an audience of 2.
Nobody's saying that, right? It's not black, is it? No one else. Okay. Oh, good. Okay.
Gerald, that's
PTSD right there. Shout out to Camden, New Jersey. Our guy Sharon Pulliam in the house. Gerald Jones beat 404. So please hit pubsportsradio@gmail.com, Gerald, for your free shirt, my friend. Pub Sports Radio shirt. Jose, let's review all action here on the show, and thank you so much to our gold members here.
You know, Jimmy, it's very interesting what people notice. Everyone's too busy staring at my balls, not even noticing I'm green screened out here today on the top. So it's very interesting to see what people look at. You know, too many people looking at my sack.
We all have all the Pub Sports Radio shirts in the back. Why don't you just put one on?
You know. Just pure laziness, and no one pointed it out. So I just thought I'd just ride it out until someone points it out. And then I realized everyone just wants to stare at my balls.
I don't know if they want to.
You saw the comments.
All right, let's review all action here. Quick update. It is 6-1 for the Detroit Tigers, so the run line looking strong. Unfortunately, it's 5-0 for the Boston Red Sox. That was my double up. Also, the San Diego Padres just went yardstick. Martin Maldonado, first home run of the year, 1-1 in Chicago at Wrigley, and the Jays-Mets game is just about to start. Then for action here, my man.
See, I'm basically wearing a Pub Sports Radio shirt right now. Rem can't even tell the difference.
Well, you should have shut up about it then.
We know Rem's fucking 80 years old though, so
no, he's not. He's not.
Him and Nuke Worker. Well, we know Nuke. You know.
Now you've just set Rem off. You just set him off. Now
I just set Nuke Worker off too. Nuke's gonna come beat my ass.
Yeah. Rem is setting up now.
Rem is furiously typing right now.
And he was coming around with you. He's starting to like you. But all right, let's review all action here. Respect play of the day in college basketball. Houston first half plus 2.5 minus 105. The pig milk play today is going to go down in flames with me. But who knows? They could come back late. But good God, 2 runners on in the 2 runners on top of third, none out. All right. Pull out our rally balls. Is that what we should do? Spreadsheet dog play today is from Ron Crawford here.
I kind of like that, Jimmy. You know, you're losing your breath. Just pull out your sack, rally balls.
And Remo says, who likes my 80-year-old balls? Helga.
I'm going to tell her that right now.
We have here Big Milk UFC play today. I'm going to pop this here in the chat. You guys want to make moves on it?
StreamYard didn't even want to show that to me. I'm glad you told me that.
You're welcome. Barry Smith play day, Rays money line. Stacks play day number 1. Yandy Diaz over 1.5 total bases plus 105. Number 2, Nuggets minus 1.5. Spooner's already cashed. Carey Carpenter hits, runs, and RBIs. Got Phillies money line. Marlins plus a half, first 4.5, and Angels money line. LJ from H-Town Trill OG play of the day here. Dougie Wise, which Murray are we talking about?
Jamal DeJounte.
Yeah, I need
the one, not Keegan.
Yeah, please hit me with please. Eddie Murphy or Eddie Murray? Okay, 9 Legacy, South Carolina minus 5.5, UConn minus 7.5 for 9 Legacy, Raptors plus 12.5, and Red Wings money line. A Big Scott, Tigers run line, Rockies first 5, Phillies money line, Red Sox, Cardinals over 8.5. Big Scott set up for a huge day. No, not at all. Dougie Wise. I mean, he's not at all. He's not been playing. It's no problem.
Jimmy, I don't want to get your hopes up, but it is now 5-1 Sox, 2 on, no outs. Wilson, I'm getting them confused now. The one of the Cardinals is hitting 0.42, one of the worst hitters in baseball to start. So,
yeah, my hopes are not up. I know I'm screwed.
And by the way, just a Helga update for Rem Most. Helga, good, great, awesome. Fuck.
What were you gonna say?
Helga texted in all caps saying that Rem didn't even show up to Pubapalooza. So ball's in your mouth now, Rem. She was excited to meet you, Rem. She asked me 3 times, "Is that Rem Most guy gonna be there?" And I was like, I hope so. So you guys can go a fucking elope, apparently. But
I didn't know that she was so.
She's very interested. Yeah, very interested, very fixated on Rem Most.
Wow. Ronnie Lofton is on the over 8.5 in the Diamondbacks. Platinum Paul on the New York Yankees. Gerald Jones on Texas, South Carolina under 124. And birthday bet for Oz B's daughter, Nevaeh. BJ says Cubs and Braves are the best bets on the board today. The birthday bet is Cade Cunningham under 40.5 PRA. It's Cade Cunningham under. This is the best bet, I think, on the board today. But I'm going to keep going through everything and see if there's anything better. Razor Sharp picks and get yours ready. Phillies money line for Razor Sharp picks. That's Robert Cherry thinks cutting
as well.
Oh, say what, my man?
That's my birthday pick as well. Go buy yourself a new bike.
Phillies. Free bands play today. Denver, even money. And Dougie Wise on the Dodgers is the bonus play. Robert Cherry Cunningham 25 plus, SGA 40 plus. Sabonis over 13.5 boards. Luka over 25. Curry over 4 threes, and Jokic over 12 boards. And then in baseball, let's start with the bets I got to get in here. So we start here. I think I probably leave Mariners. I know I'm interested in Mariners Giants. I'm really interested in it.
Nasty Nate asked, what was Nasty Nate on again?
He is on the Red Sox first 3, the Red Sox first 5, and the Red Sox. He's a full game. Nasty Nate's been running white hot and he was doing that at Pubapalooza. He's still rolling.
Yeah,
hot.
I'm glad that I implored Nasty Nate and all my friends to bet the Red Sox futures as well, and I'm glad Nasty Nate's taking it further and betting them like just straight every day. It's a fucking great bet. So shout out to you, Nasty Nate.
And then we have our action from Fat Wally as well. Sweaty Butcher liking the Kings and the Pistons. Going to dig deeper. I'm going to move on this Marlins game. I got lots of bets to make, and I got to make them now. The over 7.5 in Baltimore, Kansas City. I'm not sure. Orioles, I'm not sure. I probably might let that go. But the over 8.5, I'm interested in Cincinnati, Milwaukee, and I'm going to join Wine Time on the Angels. And we just went over NBA. So that is our show for today. Go out there and get that cash. Is there anything I like better than that Cade under? I guess I kind of like the Booker over.
It's a rare time where I guess your favorite plays are props.
Yeah, this is the time of year I love the most. I really love this last 2 weeks of the year in NBA and NHL. I feel like we should take advantage of it.
I see it every year now. It's Jimmy's best time of the year.
Well, let's follow through. 5-1. It's done. Here we're in bottom of the third in Chicago, San Diego. Thank you to everybody in the chat. We can't do this without you guys. Make us better. AOD, Saturated, Gerald Jones, The Sweaty Butcher, Fernando Mendoza, Justin McKelvey, Jermaine. What a great group. Great group. Irish King, Rem Most, Mr. Belvedere, Morgan Spooner, Dougie Wise, Von Polo. Thank you guys so much for all that you do for us, man. Bohica, has that changed the line? Let's just see what the line has done here.
I guess not.
No Jamal Murray in the lineup. Someone from the Warriors is going to play too, man. I would imagine.
If it didn't change the line, that's even more fishier.
It did not change the line. It's still moved 10 cents since I bet it. I got plus 100 minus 110.
They knew Jamal Murray wasn't playing, obviously.
I don't even matter. Crip Key, all you guys, Sean Pulliam, thank you guys for all that you do, man. Truly, thank you. And the Sweaty Butcher, hope you had a great birthday. And the Truth Teller, hope you had one as well. Jose, my man, please put a bow on this show. I got to get bets in. I got to take Ella somewhere at 4 o'clock. So let's roll that shit, light that shit, smoke it, get that cash. Thank you for all that you do. Starting 5 tomorrow. And then we have our live stream for the national championship on Monday night. Take us home, Jose.
Yes, it's going to be a fun time. I cannot wait. Next week as well, we'll be doing a live baseball stream, so that'll be a whole lot of fun. By 2-3 people, we'll just sit there, chat bullshit, live bet baseball. It'll be 2.5, 3 hours. It'll be a lot of fun, so can't wait for that. Till then, guys, let's go make some fucking money.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Oh. Well, so I got to leave you guys with a little something, I guess. As Jimmy said yesterday, I clicked these for absolutely no reason but my own pleasure. Thank you, guys. And let's Jay Alos Bookmakers.